Be people who trickle in at the end, but let's make a start. And actually, the first thing I need to say is thank you. Thank you so much for coming today. I imagined that people would be coming from their doorstep. You know, we'd get people from the London area, but I'm very conscious that many of you have come from very much further away. And I want to say not only welcome to all of the people who are in the room here today with us, but also to everybody who's online in the StreamYard version, because not everyone could actually fit into the event today. So there are a lot of people who are consuming this online. Welcome to you guys also. So my name's Claire Riley, and I'm the skills lead for Microsoft at college and university level. I'd like to introduce you to Lakshmi, who's my apprentice. And Lakshmi and I are kind of, I suppose, the main organizers of the event today. So if you've got any questions at any point during the day, come and find one or other of us and we'll do our best to help you. But it's my job just to do the kind of the housekeeping bits at the beginning of the session. So first of all, you will have noticed we have a delightful film video producer, Richard. He's smooching around today, taking shots and videos and things to capture the event. Is everything okay? Oh, sorry, I was cheerfully moving on the slides, and there should have been something here which said about photography permission. So if anybody would prefer not to be included in any shots, please could they come and let Lakshmi or myself know so that we make sure that you're not included. But otherwise, we'll assume that everyone's happy. There's notices up about the place to say that we're filming. So that was the first thing. And I've got a few other housekeeping-y things, but they're on the slides. So we'll just, while we wait for that to come through, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a fun day today. So I've got these sexy mugs, Microsoft Keeper Cup type things. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to give away, 8 to give away here. And I thought I'd give them away to the people who've come the furthest. And I've got a secret to tell you about it because I know where people have come from. So if you think you might have come from the furthest, stand up and shout out where you've come from. Come on. York. Portsmouth. Portsmouth is a big one. Liverpool. Brighton. Liverpool. Where from? Sorry? New York. Oh, so New York. York. Okay. Not New York, just from York. Okay. Well, Dublin. Well, is that where you've come from today? I think I'm talking about. I'm talking about, we can all sit down now. I'm talking about the journey people have made today because, for example, I know Elizabeth has traveled from Exeter and she took the overnight train and it was a 9-hour journey. And my goodness, that shows some amazing dedication. So I think amongst you that the furthest away were from Liverpool and Exeter. So in preparation for this moment, I looked them up online just to see how far those places were from London. And guess what Google tells me? They are both 174 miles from London. It's a dead heat tie. So anyone who would like a mug, who's studying and has traveled today from Liverpool or Exeter, please come up to the front and pick up your mug. A big cheers. These are the Liverpool and Exeter journey travel people. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Now, oh, we've got one for Annie. We definitely have. I tell you what, I was also going to do one through. So this one is for the person who had the fewest steps to take to get here today. So who lives right on the doorstep of Liverpool Street or the Reactor? Who lives really close? Go and shout it out. Barking, okay, Barking is close. Stratford. Oh, Wimbledon's too far, I think. Oh, Aldgate. Oh, that is pretty close. I think I think you win the prize. What's your name? What's your name? Aidan. Congratulations, Aidan from Aldgate. Are we mobile, do you reckon? No. It doesn't matter how many times you check it before the whole thing goes live. When it goes live, it can be unpredictable. So thank you, Rav, for helping me sort this one out. So I tell you what, I can do some of the housekeeping slides while we're waiting. So the slides will cover it when we get connected. The things I need to tell you about are, has everyone figured out where the loos are? So if you go back out through the door you came into, where you registered on that first desk, there's a door there to the loos, and it's got a big sign hanging from the ceiling, easy to find. So that's where the loos are. The second thing I need to tell you about today is we're not expecting a fire alarm. So if there is a fire alarm, it's a real one. And what you have to do is literally leave everything and get up and go. There'll be fire wardens who will help you and steer you through the doors back out onto the street. And there's a collection point, which is just down here across the road. So you'll see that in the picture. Do you think we're working now? Oh, brilliant. Let's just, perfect. So here are the filming permissions that I should have told you about, and the housekeeping. So this is the building we're in, the fire alarm alert, the key instructions that you have to follow, and this is where we're going to collect. This is the reactor. You can see the blue sign. Come down the road and collect there. Any incidents need to be reported, so make sure that you let us know about those. It's a no smoking building, so if anyone wants to smoke in the breaks, can they pop outside? For catering, just to let you know that at lunch, we've got meat options and fish options and vegan options and vegetarian options. There are some gluten-free options, but those are in the fridge. So if you're gluten-free, come and we'll make sure that you have gluten-free salads, and we've got some nice things for you. And there are some gluten-free crisps and cakes and biscuits. So please make sure that you know that everything should be labeled. I've asked for labels, so hopefully you'll be able to find something that suits you. Wi-Fi, so Microsoft Reactor is the network. Open123 exclamation mark is the link. I'd recommend you get on that because we're going to do a Kahoots quiz later, and you'll need to be online for that. So it'll be a really good thing to do. And we'd love you to post any photos of the day at UCC, which stands for University Cloud Challenge 2023. One thing I was also going to mention, though, is you might have noticed on the wall, it says, I'm writable. And actually, we've positioned ourselves in front of the wall, which is not so smart. But I would love it if any of you fancy at any point, maybe between our first and second sessions, where we're going to switch to doing a live presentation. You got a few minutes, go to the wall and just scribble on it anything that's on top of mind for you. Why did you come here today? What do you think Microsoft should be doing for students? What are you most worried about in terms of getting the best job in the world? You know, what are the things that are top of mind for you? Scribble them on the wall, and then we can have those for chatting about later in the day. Now, here's the full team, the people who are looking after you today. Myself and Lakshmi, who I've already introduced. Caitlin and Esther, are they here yet? I think they're not. No. Caitlin and Esther are both interns. So they've done 2 years already at university, and they're spending their third year with Microsoft for the full year as interns. And they'll be doing a session later in the day, but by all means, you know, look out for them and grab them during the day. And Rav, the wonderful Ravneet Kokar, is the events manager here at the Reactor, and she's handling all the technical stuff. A couple of other introductions. We've got Andrew. Sorry, I'm not holding the mic right, am I? Andrew's going to be doing a session this morning on AI. We've got Ethan, who's going to do the kickoff session this morning. Claudia, who's going to tell you all about LinkedIn profiles and how to have the most drop-dead amazing profiles so you get picked. Alex is going to come along with his HoloLens headsets and hopefully some ambassadors with more HoloLens headsets that you can all play with. And Mehek is one of Alex's ambassadors. So there'll be a chance, I hope, for everyone to sort of get hands-on with the HoloLens. Before we get to the, we've done the quizzes, haven't we? So we've done that. We said hello to our guests in Birmingham, no, guests online. This is the agenda for the day, and I just wanted to say one thing. we've got an agenda here, but there's another group of students, about as many as you, in Birmingham, and they're doing a hackathon today. So they're starting about the same time as us, and they're doing a hackathon. And then after lunch, we're going to group together. So on this big screen here, we'll have Birmingham, we'll have all the people who are StreamYarding and doing this online, and we'll have this room here. And we'll have a keynote from my boss, and we'll do the launch of the University Cloud Challenge. And then we'll do a Kahoots quiz before we go into the afternoon sessions. So the afternoon sessions, we've got Claudia, as I mentioned, we've got Alex doing his augmented reality keynote, and we've got the student initiatives from Caitlin and Esther. But we hope you'll stay with us for some more networking and pizza at the end before you all set off for home. We've tried to make it so that it's a decent finish time so you can all get home without too much trouble. But that's just a super quick intro from me. And what I want to do now is introduce our very first speakers. There's going to be two of them. Number one, Ravneet, who runs the reactor here. And the second is Ethan, who is a cloud solution architect and is mad about technology and has got some wonderful things to say. So I'm going to take a seat and pass you over to Ravneet. But most of all, thank you for making the journey today. Hope it's going to be a brilliant day for us all, and give yourselves a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Microsoft Reactor. Now, all of you must be wondering what the Reactor is. So let me give you a little bit of a background of what Reactor is. So this particular space is a community space. Over here, we run events every day. But they are not internal Microsoft events. They're not for customers. They're not for partners. They're for communities. They're for people like you who would like to upskill and develop their technology skills. All of the events run here at the Reactor are free and open for everyone to attend. They are run by us, so first-party Microsoft events, and are also run by community user groups, which say, for example, if you have a DevOps user group, they come here and run a meetup event. We also have like an AI user group. They come over here and run events. And all those events are free for everyone to attend, and anyone can come in and attend those events. Now, there's 12 reactors across the world, and we are obviously here in London. We have one in Stockholm, Abu Dhabi. We are a global community, so apart from the spaces, we also run a virtual program, which I'm sure most of you have registered through the website, so you've already probably scanned through our website. You'll see events from all around the world running 24 hours a day. So this is obviously the map of the reactors. You may have noticed they're not 12, but 13 dots, because we are planning a reactor in Berlin. We have planned a few events in Berlin already, but yeah, there will be a reactor in Berlin pretty soon. Now, I want to touch base on student events. One of our focuses this year is obviously to work a lot with students and help them to get into the tech industry. So on the 21st of March, we will be having a virtual student summit, the details of it which will be launched on our website on the 6th of February. So if you are subscribed to our newsletter, please keep an eye out. We will be releasing the information for the student summit very soon. Once a quarter, we also run student meetups. They are specifically designed for students, and the next one will be taking place on the 4th of April. We also run our own regular meetup, which is not specifically for students, but people who want to get into the tech industry, but you're very welcome to come and attend if you're based in London. They usually run in the evenings from 6 to 9, and there's pizza usually. And that's it from me. I'm going to now pass on to Ethan, who's a cloud solutions architect at Microsoft, to talk about his journey.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Rav. So everybody, a few of you might have met me, but those of you who haven't, So I'm Ethan Sumner. I've been at Microsoft about 9 months now, and this is my journey into IT. I've probably had one of the most wildest and craziest careers you could imagine. I've been in the industry 3 years last week, something like that. I've done everything from ran operational teams, run multi-million-pound projects, spoke at conferences in front of 400 people in person, and God knows how many thousand online. I've worked for enterprise companies. I'm one of the youngest FTEs at Microsoft at my level. Yes, it's quite a wild journey. So before I get started, who here has sort of heard the majority of the words? So in fact, actually, it's a good question. Who can explain with a one sentence phrase at least 4 of those things on that screen? Anybody? Okay, nice. One person. Anybody else? No? Okay, nice at the back. Cool. So can anybody name 3 of them and give me a one sentence explanation? I'm not going to actually ask you for an explanation, so I'm counting on trust on this. Okay, nice. Any others? Okay, cool. So these are sort of general things which I've worked with. So DevOps, right? Majority of you should have heard of DevOps. It's a big buzzword. Everybody loves to talk about it. I previously was a DevOps engineer. I used to run DevOps at a large enterprise scale, and I've dealt with things from a small team business end as well. The cloud, you should know what the cloud is because you're obviously here today. Then the 3 main ones, there's Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, and Google Cloud. So AWS was actually one of the sort of first cloud providers and things. The main reason why they started, and obviously as a Microsoft event, but because they had lots of excess sort of data center space and things like that. That's how the cloud was born, if you like. Obviously, Kubernetes is a really hot topic at the minute, and Docker as well. So enough sort of about that. So onto my journey. So as you can see, it's actually grown since I last did this presentation 4 months ago. But this is basically my entire story. So originally when I was at school, I was 15, 16. I didn't do too well at GCSEs. I barely passed, if you like. And I sort of decided I want to go into cybersecurity. I thought, oh, it sounds cool, sit and hack all day and things like that. So I did 1 week's work experience. I worked for a company called PA Consulting. They're a great company in Cambridge. Some very interesting things. When I was there, they were trying to hack a lift of all different things. I believe they even dealt with a warship, like crazy kind of things. So I thought security, get into it. And then I realized actually, instead of sitting and hacking all day, you're writing reports all day. And that isn't really for me as someone who barely passed his English GCSE. So I decided, right, I'm going to go into software engineering. I thought, okay, I like coding and things like that. I did it at a basic level. I thought, I'm going to go do it. So I applied for 150 jobs. So I'm from Barnsley. I'm in Yorkshire, South Yorkshire, before COVID, and jobs were basically had to be in the office 5 days a week. Applied for 150. I got 1 interview, 1 job offer. It was in a very small office. There was 3 of us in the middle of John Fields. Has anybody heard of John Fields in Yorkshire? No, it's basically a very tiny little market town with a little train station. But yeah, I worked there. Originally supposed to be as apprentice. I worked there for a month, did some interesting things, and then sadly, they realised I couldn't do the apprenticeship, so I basically got axed. And then I decided to go back to college. But while I was at college, I'm the kind of person where I like to work and that kind of thing. So I thought, let's go work at M&S. Let's go, get experience, saved up money because I wanted a MacBook. So I did that. I actually worked in a candle shop. We used to sell Yankee candles 3 years ago for about 2 weeks just to get money. I was like £4 an hour. And then M&S rang me up and said, well, I'll offer you 9. So I'm like, get in, I can get my MacBook quicker. Yes, I did that for about 3 months. And then the reason why I needed a MacBook is because I had an unpaid internship at a podcasting company. And it really opened my eyes. It was really good. I worked with someone called Mark Asquith, one of the best bosses I've ever had. It was great to see how a startup sort of engages with the industry and things like that, and see things with different lenses from a business standpoint, a little about customer experience and the process of, why customer focus, things like that. Microsoft, we are customer obsessed, and things like that. So it was all about learning that process. Then at my end of my unpaid internship, I said, I've been unpaid now for 6 months. I want to get paid. And he said to me, no. So I then decided to finish college. I abused COVID in the sense that I did a 2-year college course in 1 year. I can't do exams. So I did all the coursework. And then because I didn't have to do exams, I managed to swing through that. I then went to Sheffield Hallam University. I went at 17, so it was a trial program with there was another student, and they wanted to basically see could they take university students at 17. I got a full scholarship. I did that for 3 months, did university, and then realised no, not for me. So I also worked then software engineer for sort of a small local consultancy company. I did cloud migrations, cloud transformations, etc. So at this point, I'd started building up my experience, started getting experience in AWS, building up my community skills, getting involved with the community, etc. So then towards the end of that, it was during COVID, and I basically got laid off. Well, I was about to get laid off, but instead I knew that the company wasn't doing too well. So me being nice, I just sort of resigned, if you like. And then at this point, I had about a year's experience, some in-demand skills, and this is where things started really taking off. This is a case of instead of applying 150 jobs and I got one interview, to I think I had about 50 interview offers within about 2 weeks. It was absolutely bonkers. And in the end, I picked MasterCard. MasterCard is a great place to work, really insightful projects. I was there for about a year. The thing is, though, working in banking, it's very traditional, very regulated, can get a bit boring. But in the meantime, I was a AWS Service Community Builder, which is like the equivalent of what we have at Microsoft MVP. So I was engaging more in the community, speaking at conferences, networking really well. And I sort of decided after a year, I'm like, right, I want to be a consultant. I want to go work for a big, cloud company. So I had my heart set on AWS and Microsoft. So I spent months preparing for interviews, speaking to VPs and going out for dinners and doing all sorts of weird things, just trying to get an interview. It worked. I went through about eight interviews at AWS. I had the interview here as well. I literally got offered them both within the space of 24 hours of each other, and I decided to go for Microsoft. I realized it was a place for me to be, and here I am essentially. I also run a few different community groups. So Young DevOps is all about DevOps for early in careers. Yorkshire DevOps is all about DevOps in Yorkshire. The sort of slogan is DevOps in Yorkshire. It's all about you engage with the community and that kind of thing. Being up north, there's not many community events. It's something which I'm trying to change and things like that. Me and Liam, who is somewhere in the room, we're trying to launch DevOps Days Manchester again. Big conferences, change the narrative in Yorkshire. I also run the Yorkshire Azure user group with one of my amazing but soon to be rejoining colleagues, Ethan Jones, who's incredible. He's an intern. He's coming back as a grad as well. So being a CSA, does anybody actually know what a cloud solutions architect is? I understand I've been rambling on for a few minutes. So opposed, no? Okay. So a cloud solutions architect, we're in pre-sales. Stick your hand up if you've heard of pre-sales and you can explain it. Okay, so a few people in the room. So pre-sales in a sense is it's not just a consulting model. So for example, I don't go to a client and say, I'm going to work with you for 8 hours on this project. You pay me X amount. It's a case of if you spend money with Microsoft and things like that, have a contract with us, you get access to us. So we're a case of we're trying to help you build trust. You go through requirements that we're migrating to cloud, modernizing your environment, etc. So we have 4 areas in Microsoft. So there's Azure Core, App and Innovation, Data and AI, and security as well. I work on the core side, so traditional networking, infrastructure, etc. So I mainly work with digital natives, which is a new area. So about tech unicorns and startups, but I've currently been seconded to the National Health Service. I'm doing some really impactful stuff with the NHS. I was in Exeter actually last week. I drove 1,200 miles doing a road show for the NHS, training every man and the dog in every offices and things like that. It was really good. It's things like that. To me, I've been thinking about this a lot recently. It's great working with driverless car startup, with them, helping them do 6,000 calls on Kubernetes. But really, for me, it's all about working with the NHS, for example, and being able to have those impactful projects and help nurses and things. I'm currently working with the NHS Blood and Transport and things like that to help them smooth the process, for example, of like when a nurse scans an organ, how it goes to the cloud and hospitals being. It's things like that, which to me personally, it's one of those impactful one in a lifetime kind of things, and that's where I'm trying to move into at the moment. So if I move on to the next slide. So as I've sort of mentioned, I led a cloud migration. So one thing which really accelerated my career is that I've had the opportunity of doing different impactful projects really on, build up my CV, etc. So I basically led a cloud migration from on-premises. I'm guessing everybody knows what on-premises means. No? So that's merely basically a data center, all right? So this could be, you've got like big enterprises that have a highly secure data center, a bit like Mission Impossible with the scanners and the full body things and fingerprints and eye retina scanning, whatever we have. In our Ireland data center, we've actually got anti-tank mines. So, really weird different things. And then, but on the other side, you've got small businesses who just have a server that they bought from Dell in an office, in a cupboard somewhere. And that's great, but for the people in the smaller ends, having the server in the cupboard somewhere isn't very safe, isn't very practical, and that can have actually huge levels of impacts. So moving to the cloud from an SME, from a small business standpoint, right, they can get all these benefits of being in a super secure data center, not having to build out servers and things themselves, utilize the cloud. It's easier, it's better, it's faster. And that's the best thing about the cloud is that anybody in this room could log on to Azure and spin up a server. Previously, 20 years ago, if you're a university student, you would have had to buy, I don't know, $5,000 server from Dell, spin it up, buy it, rack it, stack it, power it yourself and things. Instead, you can pay £3 an hour and that kind of thing. One of the most famous examples is one of the most really, really good people in DevOps industry is called Stephen Fair. He used to run a big consultancy in Wales. And I remember listening to a talk very early on in my career, and he said, we needed a server for 1 hour. This server cost £250,000. That same capacity now would have cost you about 40 quid in Azure. So previously, you would have had to build out that server to meet that demand. Now you can just scale up and you're off to the races. So has anybody heard of infrastructure as code? Okay. Has anybody used Terraform? Stick your hand up. Oh, yeah, there we go. So there's also like bicep and things like that. This is really key. So traditionally, when you're spinning up servers in the cloud, that's through ClickOps, okay? So you're going in the portal and you're clicking around and say, I want a server with 8 gigs of RAM, 3 CPU cores or whatever. If you're doing it through IAC, for example, let's say when I was in my previous organization, we were managing up to tens of thousands of servers all at the same time. Manually doing it through ClickOps, things by hand, I would be handing in my notice because it just would drive me insane. So that's why we have infrastructure as codes, where you basically create modules and things like that. You want to create a server, and then you just change like key parts. You're not having to rewrite and replicate the same thing. You can also destroy it easier and things. So it reduces things like costs, economics of scale, operational overhead, etc. So as I said, I'm a CSA. I design architect solutions. I deliver, POCs, so proof of concepts, etc. I work with public sector clients. So I usually hired in public sector. It's quite ironic. I was in public sector and they said, let's go work with tech startups and unicorns. So I moved there and then I've ended up back in public sector. That's the best thing about Microsoft is whatever makes you tick, if you like, whether you want to work with the public sector or go into financial services or insurance. Is basically, at the end of every year in June when we pretty much change and things like that, you can just pick a new industry and you can go do it. And that's the best thing. It constantly keeps you engaged. Particularly as a consultant, if you go work for one single company focused on one product, you could get a bit bored with it after because you're not learning constantly, if you like. So you've got to make that decision. So who here, stick your hands up if you think that looks scary. Yeah? Okay, so if you would have asked me that 4 months ago, 9 months ago, I would have gone, yeah, that's scary. So this is an Azure landing zone. This is what I've been recently doing with the NHS recently. Obviously, this isn't theirs because I'd be fired if I put that up there. But this is the reference architecture which we provide. So anyone can go in the cloud and deploy this. So key sort of few different areas. I know this is a bit scary to a lot of you. So when I was working for a small company, I was very naive, very new to the industry. I just deployed a server and that's it. But what you've got to think about is things like identity access management. So who can access the server? What can you do with the server? Who can roles? You've got to think about security, networking, what kind of IP addresses are you connecting to on premises? Has anybody heard of Azure AD? You've all used it, but have you actually heard of it? Stick your hand up. Yeah. So Azure AD, so majority of you will have an email address with the university and things like that. It uses Azure AD as authentication, so custom domains, etc. Yeah, there's quite a few key different areas. You've got management, you've got sandbox, and obviously DevOps, which is my favorite thing in the world. So this is a landing zone. You can go deploy this yourself if you want. Here's a few photos from a journey. So best thing about MasterCard is they had a heavily subsidized restaurant. I used to get fish and chips for £3. It was amazing. There's also katsu curry on a Thursday. We all used to go down and have a laugh about it. These are some of my ex-colleagues and things like that. Here's me with a very nice view over the Thames with my MacBook. And yeah, great offers and things like that. It's really brought some interesting experiences. Like this is our Reading office, for example. This is when we're celebrating 40 years. This was another student event, which I helped with in May, which is in the Reactor. You can take a picture of the Microsoft sign, and we've got things like a Forza experience in the office. It's the amount of experiences that I've been through with this industry. You know, I've done things like speak in front of 400 people at Meta's headquarters at like 19. I've, you know, traveled all around the UK. I'm speaking in San Diego this year at the FinOps Foundation. I'm going to like Amsterdam and speaking at conferences. It's one of those careers where you can pick and choose whatever you want, but you can have these really amazing experiences. I've met people, for example, it's been some crazy things. Like I once had a McDonald's at 11 o'clock at night in a train station with our Azure developer lead after a conference. Or I met Liam, for example, at a conference as well. We've done different things. It's one of those crazy careers where you can just make it your own. It's provided me a lot of experiences and things like that. You know, I don't come from a really rich background or anything like that. My parents didn't have, you know, they had decent jobs and things. I've really wanted to like get a mortgage deposit and save for a house and, you know, and that kind of thing, and have a good long lasting career. And it's enabled me to do that as well. So community, as I mentioned, Young DevOps, you can go and meet up and find the 0 to 5 years experience. There's mentoring, community events. I partner with all the big companies. We've got some amazing ones. We're actually going to get the PowerShell founder to come do a talk, which is pretty cool. Yorkshire DevOps, again, if you're in Yorkshire, please go to Yorkshire DevOps. We're having some events in York as well, some more business focused, etc. And then the YAG. So me and Ethan Jones run that. So it's basically all about Azure in Yorkshire. So I've been rambling on for 25 minutes. Any questions? Yeah, there you go.
Hi, I'm Anna. I'm a first-year student studying data science and computing at Birkbeck. What I really liked about this presentation is that you can see all the technical skills you had to develop, but there's also that big sense of community. And I'm wondering, why is it that tech is really taking the lead when it comes to building communities and engaging with communities? Because compared to other industries such as finance and healthcare, there's so much that they could give back, but you don't see them using as many resources. So what is it about tech today that really pushes these companies to grow with their community? Thank you.
I think that's probably one of the best questions I've ever had on this. Yeah, round of applause for that one. So community, it's a hot topic, right? If you go join banking, for example, they don't like community work because for them, they see it's a traditional kind of mindset of we're heavily regulated and that kind of thing. They don't really want me to go talk at a conference and accidentally spill some secrets, right? And it's a weird one. So in community, you've got like full-time people like Liam, gives a wave, you know, who basically do this. That's their job. I do it as a case of I have another job, if you like, and then I do this because it's my passion. I think being in tech, it's all about creating these communities as well. So like in Yorkshire, for example, you know, pre-COVID, all very tight-knit and things. But by creating these communities, it gets people talking. I've actually experienced like different consultants companies talking together, working on projects together. It's all about bridging. I don't make any money from this, right? You know, people think, oh, you're doing community to make money. It's the complete opposite. In fact, it costs me thousands of pounds a year to do it. I do it because I enjoy it, I love it, and I see value from it. I think, you know, people like finance and things, there is an element of gatekeeping and that kind of thing. They want to keep it tight knit, etc., or, you know, maybe more private and things like that. In tech, people love community. People like speaking about what they do. They want people in it. There's a huge shortage of skills in the UK. I've worked with governments and I'm trying to work with the government. I've worked with like regional governments and colleges, etc., and big companies to try and engage and talk on this topic. It's such a big issue. But sorry for the long rambling answer. But the main thing I'm trying to say is get involved with the community. Seriously, just attend an event. What you know, one event a month. Create one in your university. Create a hackathon. Do anything. Just be involved with the community. You'll see such huge value from it. There you go.
Thank you so much, Ethan. And great applause. That's a great question, great session. Loads that all of us learned from that. So that was fantastic. We've got another session coming up in a second. And I think he might have walked off with, no, it's here. There we are with our controller. So the next session, oops, is going to be AI fundamentals getting started. So you heard lots of techie language in the last session. You're actually going to hear a lot more about it from Andrew today. He's going to take a second or two to get himself set up because he's going to do some stuff live. So I want to use a minute or two to do more cups and more questions. So having had the furthest and the nearest to the event today, what I want to know is who is in the most esoteric type to Andrew, who's a long-term colleague of mine. He's worked. Sorry, you got a microphone on too, haven't you? Sorry, my fault. Andrew worked with us in Microsoft for a while. He now runs a company of his own up in Yorkshire. Big cheer for Yorkshire. Yeah, runs a little company up in Yorkshire, and he's here today to get you all fired up about AI. So here you go. Over to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Claire. Can everyone hear me? Because I've got a lapel mic on. Great. It's so good to see kids from Barnsley done well. I'm from York. I've been, on an amazing journey myself, and I'm not going to tell you about that journey, but end of today, talk to me. IT is a fantastic career if some of you are thinking about making it a full-time career. I fully appreciate everything that's been said about community. It is the way to make friends, make lifelong friends, and travel. It is such an opportunity. So stick with it. Ask us lots of questions. We're all here today for you guys. We all want you to walk away from here understanding what we're talking about and being inspired. And actually, if you can walk away from here having a goal or an interest that you want to pursue, that's what we want. You know, you've made the first step, which is come here and actually listen and hear. I'm going to break things down. I'm not going to be taking you on a usually technical journey, because that's, you know, you're not in front of your laptops, you're not in front of your PCs, you're not in front of your phones to look up all those things. And actually, people learn differently. You know, you're here to be inspired and to open a few doors and to open a few connections and try and map that journey. You know, I was talking to a few people at the beginning and say, think about what you want to do in 10 years' time and work out, because you're all really young, and that is the best thing that you've got at the moment is your youth. Because in 10 years' time, the world will change again, and it'll change every 10 years. Whereas if you look back 50 years and you ask your parents, for example, how was school, how was education, how was the world then? And they'd have said, fairly stable. You know, whereas now it's changing on a rapid cadence. What you learn today will be out of date in 5 years, 10 years' time. And a lot of you are nodding. And that is exciting, because if you can appreciate that now and then use that, so you then start thinking, well, I can sense it's changing. Do I jump forward? And you can leap forward. Whereas your parents, and I'm not criticizing your parents because they're probably my age, can't leap forward, can they? They're stuck in that narrow role which they carved out for themselves in that job that they've got. And they've probably done really well in that job. But you can't do that job, because that job will be taken over by AI. That job won't exist. They'll be good. They'll be fine for their 5, 10, 15 years. But in 20 years' time, it might be gone. You know, I could ask you to put any job on that wall, and we could unpack it and say that job is not going to exist in 10 years or 5 years or 3 years, because there's jobs disappearing all the time out there. And I want you guys to appreciate that. You might not be able to change it, but you might be able to react to it. And if you know that AI is a disruptor, it won't shock you as much. It's going to shock everybody else, you know? But if you are aware that something good or bad or something different's coming down the line, you can either get out of the way or you can jump on that train as it passes. Yeah, and that's what I want you to realize. And I've got a few slides I'm going to unpack. We're going to do a little bit of discussion, and that's what I want to do. So who am I? What am I? I run a company called Cloud Ready Skills, and that was formed within the last 2 years. Okay, and it's been formed to help students get certified in the core, the fundamentals, the basics of AI, cloud, data science, Power Platform, business automation, these things, which I'm going to talk about a little bit today. So if I can start a business and that can turn over, you know, hundreds of thousands of pounds and make lots and lots of profit within the last 2 years, that should inspire you guys, because you're far more technical than I am. You're all doing, how many of you here are doing a degree or in education doing a degree? Put your hands up, I want to see them. So about 80% of you are doing a degree, which means you're going to be graduating soon and you're going to be entering the workforce. Nods, yeah, you're all going to be entering the workforce. How many of you are going to enter your own business? Yeah, now we're talking, because you can. If you've got an idea, if you've got a thought that you want to build, start laying those foundations now. Write it down and believe in it, because it can happen. If you don't have an idea, hook up with someone who does, because there's more millionaires in IT than any other industry, because they've had an idea and they've met a couple of people who can help them build it. So some of you might say, well, I'm not really a developer. How many of you are not developers in the room? Half of you? Come on, I'm not really a developer. That's fine. Don't feel that you're lacking at all, because every developer needs somebody to give them an idea for them to then develop the code. Does that make sense? So Cloud Ready Skills, yes, I might have started that, I might have owned it, I had the idea, and I had a really good connection with Microsoft because I'd worked for them for a few years, and I saw a gap in the market with COVID, like, we're not going to be doing this anymore, we're going to be doing it online, we're going to be, how do we keep motivating, how do we keep certifying students online? Because we can't meet up anymore. It's like, well, let's move it online. Let's do it as a portal and build it. Could I code it all? No. Did I know what code could do? Yes. Did I know what the journey was, the pieces? Yes. But I wasn't a developer. So if you're not a developer, don't worry. Find someone who is a developer, someone who's a designer, someone who's who can find some funds. You're all part of a jigsaw, and that jigsaw can be 3 pieces, or 20 pieces, or 100 pieces, can't it? You're the person that has the idea. Therefore, you should have the lion's share. I have the lion's share of this company because it was my idea. But I gave my developer some shares in that company. Why? Why did I give shares in my company to the developer? Because what?
Because they developed it, they put like a percentage of work in.
Well, yeah. And they could have either taken cash or shares. But why did I want him on my... Yeah, we did that. Yes, I didn't want him to go and work for somebody else. Because if you've got an idea, if you've got a project and you've got a developer, and they then go and work for someone else, what have you got left? You've got a static platform. You've got something that will live but die soon after. The minute that WordPress update their site, or the minute that technology changes, it stops working. So you need a developer. Just like you need to have UI, you need to have that. You need to have that journey, don't you? So if all of you were developers, then you need to find someone who's got some ideas. Developers have ideas as well, but I've found it's a bit like developers work better when they can code. Because if you look at a developer and they build something, it's going to be brilliant. Might not be beautiful though, because they're focused on the code. Does that make sense, guys? Yeah. So don't think you're going to be a one-man band running a company, building a platform. You're not. It's going to be a jigsaw puzzle. And you're going to have to find the right people. And you're in a perfect situation right now, aren't you? Because you're in college, you're in uni, surrounded by developers. And I was at the University of York for 8 years, running a training company. And our notice board was full of developer wanted, designer wanted. Nobody ever said ideas person wanted. But it was always the skilled people. Does that make sense? So what we do, we take online webinars, we give you some self-study, we give you some practice tests, and then we do an online practice exam, or you do these exams, and then you pass. It's a flow. And we'll help you all the way. We'll make sure you've got the instructions. But you're doing the work, guys. Nobody's going to get you qualified. What you've got to do is keep moving down the bus, keep going towards the end. And if you follow the instructions and you put some work in, you'll get the results, won't you? It's a bit like having a degree. If you just coast for 2 years, you'll come out the other end and think, well, that was a waste of time. Whereas if you put in 100% and then a bit more, the world is your oyster, because you will then be in that, let's say, that top 10%, because you've completed it to the best of your ability. You don't need to be told this because you're all here. And it's amazing to see a full room. You are in the high achievers already because you're putting this first. Today is like a big day for you. You've made a big effort to come here, talk to the Microsoft people, find out about what these interns are all about, find out from the cloud solutions architects, well, okay, how do I get a job at Microsoft, if that's what you want? And pick his brains, because they will tell you, how do I get an internship? Every year, how many interns do they take? These are the information, the questions that you need to know, in addition to learning about AI, in addition to learning about what this cloud challenge is all about. Yeah. Right. Let me get some water. So tech skills are in demand. And you might have seen a slide like this before where the person at the front stands up and says, you'll get a job, no problem, because there's millions of job openings every year. You might not get a job. You've got to fight for that job, haven't you? You've still got to be skilled. You've still got to put yourself out there. You've still got to make an effort. No one's going to give you a job just because you've got a second-class degree. People might find it if you put that on LinkedIn. They might come looking for you if you've got a specialization in AI or big data or whatever it is, and you put it on LinkedIn. You're going to learn about that. And certainly by the end of this week, you'll learn about today about what LinkedIn is all about. How many of you got a LinkedIn profile? Right. If I asked that question 10 years ago, 3 people would have put their hand up. Because LinkedIn was like, it's just a website, who cares, I'm at uni. It's a big deal now. It really, really is, okay? So well done, I'm really pleased. The few people who didn't put their hands up, and there's only a few of you, sort that out, guys. Because I know people, I could name 10 people who got headhunted on LinkedIn. You know, I know people, and there's a lady called Abby who we've got a little video. I don't think we're going to play it today, but maybe we'll post it. Abby McFarlane, she did some of these cloud-ready skills courses. She passed a couple. She put it on LinkedIn. She got headhunted to become a DevOps person at Microsoft. Went from 24 grand a year in her current company to like 37 grand overnight. Didn't even ask for the pay rise, didn't even ask for it. She just got headhunted because she'd put, hey, just finished these courses, just got the qualification, fantastic opportunity, great, loved it. Bam, within 2 weeks, will you come for an interview at Microsoft? Because there was a shortage in those skills, and there still is. So LinkedIn is a key thing. It's almost like a soundboard to the world. And one thing that COVID's done for us all, and it will happen for you, is it's democratized, it's made recruitment easier across the world. And you can work from home. So whereas before, it's like you couldn't even think of having a job in the States, in San Francisco, you know, unless you went there. And it's really hard, and it can kick you out within 2 weeks' notice and things like if you lose your job out there. So it's, whereas if you're a remote worker, you can work from home. So you can work from anywhere now because of what happened with COVID and work from home. So you're not looking at geographic locations anymore. It's like, put it out there. If somebody wants you and wants your skills, and this is where, you know, your course that you do at university and what you specialize in and what you do in addition, which is why we were talking about communities and building that. If you can be a people person, that's pretty valuable as well, isn't it? So look, you know, students need more than just a degree. If you all wrote to me with a job, you know, with a CV, how do I know the difference between you all? Very hard. You know, if you all pass your degree, if you all, you know, some of you might have masters, some of you might have a 2-1, some of you might have a first degree. How do I differentiate you? What if I said, well, look, let me just pick all the firsts? That's a bit unfair, isn't it? Because 90% of the student population get seconds. What am I going to do, to trash 90%? Well, that's unfair. What I would be looking for is what you've done in addition to a degree. Yeah? So what have you done in your social time? You know, have you worked? And it doesn't matter whether you've worked in a cafe or a pub or a bar or a restaurant or McDonald's. It's the fact you've gone out and you've found that extra work. You know, you've done something in addition. You know, if you've run a community, that's amazing because you've communicated and you've got off your backside and done something else. You know, whereas if you just concentrate on your workload, that's all you do, then you're very technical. And that's brilliant in some respects. I'll pigeonhole you and put you in that technical box, which I might want. You know, but if I want a communicator, I want a team player, think about, is that what you're doing now? Is it something you enjoy? Do what you enjoy. You could tell that, I forgot his name, not Liam, what was it called? Anyone? Ethan, of course it was. Ethan loved his job, yeah? Loved it. You want to be like that. You want to find a job that you love. So work out what you love now and put them together. I love my job. You know, ask your parents, do you love your job? Or is it just a job? Is it just a way to earn money? If it's just a job to earn money, you don't want to be like that. Yeah? Loving your job will give you the money because you'll do more. You'll make it a passion and make a massive difference. Does that make sense, guys? So there's jobs out there waiting for you to claim. It's a busy market, but there's a lack of skills. So you will get a job. And just like Ethan said, once he was job ready, okay, he was getting offers all the time. You know, he got competitive offers from Microsoft or AWS to the biggest cloud providers in the world. They're like neck and neck at the moment, okay? Which do you choose? The one that's going to be more fun. Because you want to make fun part of your job. Okay, so don't just take my word for this. You know, that tech is in demand and these jobs are, you know, are going to reward you. This report, and you've heard, some of you might have heard about this World Economic Forum. They're actually out there last week discussing what's happening in the world. And all the big brains come together in Davos every couple of years and they thrash out, this is what's happening. This report was launched just before COVID. There's a new one out, supposed to be coming out in the next week. So this was really important. And I loved reading this because it said everything I wanted it to say. And it said, these are the jobs that are in demand. Now, you know that AI is going to be on this list, don't you? Because that's why I'm going to use it. But there's a link there. You're going to get these slides at the end. All the slides from today, we'll make sure you get them. So do look at some of these things. Look at the reports. Just by being told what to do, guys, isn't enough. You've sometimes got to go off the page and look into it and read it. Because you might, and I did, you might read through a pamphlet or a white paper like this and go, I've got an idea. I'm going to use that. I'm going to create something. Yeah. I personally, and I'm digressing slightly, I've got a little black book, one of these little moleskin things, and I've got ideas in, you know. And the first thing I do is check whether or not a domain name has gone. If I've got an idea, I think of a domain, I say gone. And if it has, I put variants in, and I start thinking about outside, and I think, well, who's the market, and what would it do, and who would I need? And I get stopped because I can't do it all myself. I need a team. Yeah. And how many ideas do you lot have that you just don't go anywhere with? And you might have an idea for a day and think, this is the best thing since sliced bread. I need to build it. And then tomorrow you forget it and you move on. And it's like, it didn't happen. I was like, come on, write it down. Because in 10 years' time, once you've made some serious money, you go back and go, nobody's built that yet. It's still an idea that's still got miles. I could do it now. You know what I mean? Where's our clicker? So let's have a look, see what the top 5 increasing in demand jobs are. AI and machine learning specialists is in the top 5, guys. If you're into big data or data crunching, you know, Power BI, those sort of things, and certainly data held in the cloud in online databases, that's in so much demand. Why are these things in demand? Because they're driving the future of work. They're driving the innovation. So they're in demand, not just because they're going to pay loads of money and profit to the businesses that hire them. It's because the companies that realize this have already hired them. This is the shortage, guys. Therefore, you're ideally placed because you're students, you're entering the workforce soon. You're going to fill some of these gaps. And that's why they're in demand. You know, I'll be surprised if some of you have got any of these skills on your CV or your LinkedIn profile now, whether or not you're getting headhunted now. You know, you might be a year from graduating, 6 months from graduating. People will be saying, where are you going after this? You know, you might already know where you want to go. Don't leave it till the last minute. You know, go to those job fairs, go to those internships, and start having options now. You know, when you all, you know, passed your A-levels and you had to do clearing and, you know, find the university you were going to go to, that was where you were given the university something. You were given your qualifications to then mold you into an adult with the skills you've got now, yeah? The boot is on the other foot now. Employers want you, okay? Whereas you wanted the degree, you wanted the university. And they were like, yeah, you haven't got the grades. Or yes, you have, come. And it's working for you now. You're going to have the skills that employers need. And I hope you're going to be like Ethan, where you have a few, if not dozens of offers. No, but can you imagine if you had your LinkedIn profile up to speed and it had a few qualifications that are vocational as well as deep and technical, yeah, people will start headhunting you. They'll be like, where are you going after your course? And you might be going to a master's, you might be doing something else, so you might be taking a year out. But if you had 4 or 5 companies looking at your profile, saying, where are you going? Oh, give me your contact details and I'll get back in touch. Or what are you offering? Let me come and have a look. Let me come and see. You are in the driving seat at that point. So realize that, and you then become empowered. Because what you then do is decide, well, how am I going to vet the companies? How am I going to choose the right companies to work for? Like Ethan did. He chose between MasterCard, AWS, Microsoft. How do you choose where you want to work? And it's not just about pay. Pay helps. But you're at the beginning of your career. And your career, your pay should, depends how motivated you are by money. But if we look at pay, me see if I can do this. It's not going to let me do it, is it? I thought I could do this, but I'm not going to be able to do it. Yeah, I can do it. Whoa, let me figure this out. I can't do it. I thought I was going to draw a picture for you, but I'm not. If you think about your pay, it's going to go up. You all agree. Very few people have a pay decrease. So your pay will go up. So where you start that pay, so I've known people who will literally jump from one job to another. Once they've established themselves, they'll jump and they'll come back to another job and go back, and they're literally leapfrogging. And they're going up in 3, 5, 10, 15,000 pound increments. That's when you're confident. That's when you know what you're good and that you know you've got value. Yeah? A little bit like if you were self-employed, you'd be invoicing more each year because you don't want to be invoicing less, do you? Yeah? Now, again, talk to your parents because they've had 20, 30 years of work. How often did they get a pay rise? Okay? And it might be a touchy subject, but they probably say, well, when I was given one, or when my union forced us to have one, or very rare do people get a pay rise because they asked for it. You know, whereas you guys, because you're in an in-demand industry, are going to deserve it, and you're going to be asking for it. And if you don't get it, what are you going to do? You go somewhere else, and you will literally jump. You will not have a job for 30 years. You'll have 10 different jobs. And what's going to be scary for you is you might have 5 different job types of skills. So you might start off in whatever you've got your dreams on now, but in 3 years' time, you'll be like, I'm going over there because this is offering me a different opportunity. I'm going to use some of those skills, my people skills, my technical skills, my enthusiasm, my drive. That is what businesses want. They want your enthusiasm. And after, in a few minutes, I'm going to tell you, they want your AI awareness. Some of you might have AI knowledge, but just awareness is a game changer. Does that make sense? Just knowing that AI is a thing is a game changer. Really, really is. So, you know, you're going to be learning skills in AI. Let's pick AI for now. You're going to learn AI skills, and these are skills that your brothers and sisters did not have. They didn't learn this at uni. Your parents certainly never knew or learned any AI because it wasn't a thing. You know, so this is new. You are literally breaking ground. If I was going to draw you a picture on the wall. We've had AI for 30 years, haven't we? 50 years. It's been around. But it's been a thing of professors and boffins at university, building AI logic. You know, how does a computer do this? And we've probably had, let's say, over the last 50 years, until 5 years ago, let's say $5 million inputted to fund all of that. $5 million, sounds a lot, but that's across 50 years, that's not that much. Because universities have self-funded it, there's been very little research into AI. In the last 5 years, there's been $50 billion. 5 years, 50 billion. That's an order, it's like an order of magnitude more. That's 50 billion. We heard recently about ChatGPT. I like to call it, you know, it's Google on steroids. Even though it's got nothing to do with Google and Microsoft, you know, but Microsoft have just invested, not bought it, maybe that might be next year, who knows, but Microsoft has invested $10 billion over a multi-year deal to say, stay close, we'd love to be working with you. You know, now that's 10 billion of cash that they've said, we'll give you, 2 billion a year over the next 5 years. That's a big amount of money. It's running on Azure. So they get that back, you know what I mean? I'll pay you this 10 billion for you to keep using it on Azure because I'll get all that back eventually. Yeah? But you can see why they're doing it because it's going to explode the use of ChatGPT and they'll start charging. And it's not a free service, is it? You know, Microsoft might be subsidizing it, but it's still going to cost somebody. And at that point, Microsoft's like, it's a win-win. People are using this amazing chat engine and it's paying them in Azure dollars. They're going ka-ching every day. So it's one of those businesses where once the world gets to use it, And they saw this with Minecraft, didn't they? When they bought Minecraft, they were like, this is quite a cool kids game. And if you've got friends, younger kids who play Minecraft, it's like, I don't get it, but they play it all the time. And it's amazingly addictive, like most games. ChatGPT will become a way of life. For, and I've heard already a couple of students saying, can I get it to write my thesis? Can I get it to write questions? Can I do my homework for me? Yeah, it can. Of course it can. You've got to read it and make sure it's not rubbish. But at the same time, your lecturers could do the same. They could say to ChatGPT, is this been plagiarized? Is this been written by ChatGPT? And they'll be like, yeah. So they'll be using it as well to mark your homework. So be careful what you wish for, because it could all go wrong. So, but it's getting a lot of noise. It's getting a lot of, and all it is, I'm sorry to say, it's an AI bot that's plugged into the web that can answer lots of questions. It's just why is it getting so much popularity? Louder, everyone wants to hear.
Sorry, it reminds me of, Ask Jeeves?
Yes, back in the day.
Literally is like an upgraded version of it.
It is, but they're all, that's what they all do. They're all a question and answer. If you do the AI fundamentals course that I'm going to explain and show you, and we're going to get into a little bit of it. If you do that course, 10, 15, 20 hours of your time, and you come out of it with a certification, you will build a chatbot. And you will give it, you can literally give it an Excel spreadsheet with questions and answers. And if anyone asks those questions, it will spur out that answer. And if you ask it, you can test this out. You don't have to do it verbatim. The question does not have to be verbatim. It's not got to be perfect. It can be like, what's this? Or what's the, and it'll be like, I think you mean this, and therefore it's going to spit out the answer. And the answer could be an image, it could be a file, it could be music, it could be a PowerPoint, or it could be text. But the AI bit is matching what you asked the question against what it's got in its database that you've given it. And it's trying to be, it's using machine, and it learns. It learns to say, oh, well, I've been asked that question before, and I've given this answer, and I've been trained to know that's the right answer. Therefore, I'll give that answer each time. Or you can give it multiple answers to the same question. Then it can mix it up a little bit. But you will be able to do a basic chatbot with your words, your answers, by the end of that course. And that is so cool. And you can then literally pick that up and use it on a website. And it's running behind the scenes. So all of this technology is for you to use. It's not there for you to build from first principles. Does that make sense? And that's why you don't have to be a developer. And that's why things like ChatGPT is a game changer, because it makes it accessible to anybody. Anybody who's used it doesn't have to be that's why the BBC, when they pick it up and go, oh, this is news, it's because it's not technical anymore. It's globally accessible. And the same with most of what Microsoft's doing with AI. They've built it, they've done all the clever stuff, and they're just making it available for you to use for your projects. And what we said at the beginning is, you've got to have those projects. You can leverage it, you can use it. And Ethan said about the money side of it. You can hire, in effect, that AI brain, because that's what it is, isn't it? It's an engine. You put inputs in, it spurts out outputs. Does that make sense? You can hire that engine for £2 an hour, £3 an hour, or 10 pence for every question, or 1 pence for every question. Rather than building it yourself, you just literally hire it for what you need. Okay? Because you don't care how it was built. You don't care. You don't want to be the developer that keeps it running. Remember my problem before? That's why I had to keep my developer close, because I didn't want my website to die. You don't want to have to hire an AI developer, do you? That's expensive. And it's not your core job. Your core job is selling whatever you're selling, making sure that you get money for it. All you're using the AI piece for is a service. Okay, it's just running, and you're picking it and saying, tell me if this is right. A bit like ChatGPT. You're asking Chat for a question and answer. You don't care how it does it, you just want the answer. Yeah? And that's exactly what Microsoft's done. It's built all these engines that can look at images, it can look at text, it can look at sound. You know, on your phones now, you can play music. You can listen to your music, can't you? And push the button and say, what's this tune? That is AI listening to that tune and going, oh, I've heard bits of that before. I've got a pattern, and that matches to that. Okay, so it's a pattern recognition, isn't it? It's looking for that pattern in its database. Okay, and if it's not quite right, if it's in a different tune, or if it's different you know, pitch, it can figure it out because it's seen that variation. Okay, okay, so when it's in demand, now look, I'm not saying to you stop doing what you're doing, forget your degree. Ethan did that. He bailed out of Sheffield Uni. That's quite special to do that. You know, I think Matt Zuckerberg did the same thing at Harvard. And it's like, whoa, not many people do that. I'm saying continue your degree, but start thinking what else you're going to do. What you're going to put on your sidelines. What internships you're going to go for. What work placements, what evening jobs, what weekend jobs, and what extracurricular activities are you going to do? What extra learning are you going to do? What extra certifications are you going to do? You know, and you'll see later today with this launch of this challenge, we're giving you up to 8 qualifications you can literally take. You know, and some people take 2, 3, 4, 5. Some people, you know, very few people do all 8, but you could seriously walk away with a fundamental qualification in AI, data, business automation, and cloud. That is going to be an amazing extra wow on your CV. And we're not talking months of study. We're not talking distracting from your core work. This is your core. Finish this. I'm hoping all of you who are here today, you've got the capacity to do more. And you have. Everyone's got the capacity. We know because we've seen students do this. You know, anyone who does extra work, you've got capacity. You've got that spare enthusiasm. What you've got to do is decide whether or not this is worthwhile for you, because then what you do is make it a priority to finish it. Yeah? How many of you start something and never finish it? We all do, don't we? Most of us procrastinate. Some of us cram the night before. Yeah? It works because you set that deadline. How many of you succeed when you cram the night before? Yeah. But what is the difference? The difference is you didn't put it off. You didn't not do it. You didn't bail on the exam. You didn't bail on the test. You still turned up for that test on that day. You might have been poorly prepared because you crammed the night before, but you didn't say, I'm tired today, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to bail on that. And that's what I want you to not do, is bail. I want you to go through it and go, I've got an exam, I'm going to get my best shot. You're more likely to succeed, aren't you? Whereas did someone say something like, you will never succeed unless you try. You know, you'll never finish something. The chances of you failing something are much higher if you don't take the test. You know, it's like when you've got 50 questions to answer on a test. If you bail after 30 questions, you're going to fail that exam. If you finish all 50, you stand a much better chance, because you might get some by guesswork, who knows? You know, so when you were younger than you are now, you got told, finish the damn test. But what I'm saying is, take the damn test, because there's so many people who are given this opportunity. You know, Cloud Ready Skills have certified over 20,000 students within the last 2 years. But there's over 100,000 students who signed up for these things. And you just think, what a waste of opportunity. You should, you know, there's 80,000 people who haven't finished it yet. You know, so if you do it, do one, and then finish it, and then think, that wasn't that bad. You'll do it. Right, so finish what you're doing at uni. That's your priority. Do not let something else come in the way of that. And that's normal. You know, whether it's an evening job, do not be fixated on money. The money will come. Your role at university is to learn and to succeed at university, isn't it? Make lots of friends, but succeed. And that's why, you know, once you've gone beyond that first year, you get your head down, you start studying. Okay? It's when you get to your third and fourth year, you start thinking, I need to get a job out of this. And that's when you really start motoring and start working. And that's when you want to add all these extracurricular activities as well. So I'm not saying to you, and I said this already, you're not going to, all of you, going to be an expert at AI. Some of you will. There'll be a dozen in this room who will be, and I've talked to a couple who are doing AI-related degrees. you're going to be an AI boffin. That's great, because you know it. You've been doing computer science with AI. Fantastic. A lot of you aren't. So you think, well, do I need to learn AI? Hell yes. Because AI is here now, and it's going to influence every job. So why? Why is it going to influence every job? What is the driving issue that companies want AI for? Please. So yeah, that's the doing. They want to analyze data. Yeah. And what will that save them? So businesses is a bit of a strange beast, isn't it? They employ people, but they don't really want to. Because all of you in this room, if you were all employed at, let's say, Goldman Sachs as an analyst, you'll all be earning 45K. Okay? That would be, what would that payroll be each month? There's 100 people in this room. 45K, it's an awful lot of money every month that Goldman Sachs has got to sell to be able to pay you your salary. So businesses do not want expensive staff. And even if you go to the local co-op or your local, retail store, they've got those self-service cashier desks, haven't they now? Why have they got them? Because they don't need someone at a cashier desk anymore. So it's saving them money. It might cost them £10,000 per desk to put in, but it's saving them money eventually. And that person who used to be on the desk can now go and stack shelves. They can help people who've got a question, but they're being utilized elsewhere, and there's probably less of them. So you've got to think, will AI change the world? Yes, it will, because it'll make people not employed in the same roles that can be automated, that can be used in AI. There'll be new jobs, of course there will. There'll be dozens of new jobs that will use AI, and there'll be people who program AI and people who utilize it, but there will be a groundswell of change over the next 10, 15, 20 years, because businesses fundamentally want to make profit. And the easiest way to make profit is by reducing headcount. Question? So one of the questions I get asked as well is, if I get knowledge in AI, do I get a job? Well, when you walk into that job, you walk into an interview, and they say, what's this? It's about AI. That is your buy signal. That means that they don't know much about AI. Just the fact that you know that AI is real and what it can do, and it can look at images. So an image can be a picture, it can be a CCTV feed because it's just moving pictures, or it could look at data, it could make predictions. You've heard some of the stories before where they started to look at sales in a supermarket and say, well, oh, all these people are buying these things. Oh, why are they buying pregnancy tests? And then 2 months later, they get mailed out and said, oh, do you want to buy some nappies or whatever? Because they're putting two and two together and going, there's a potential to sell more to that person. You getting that interview have the ability to influence that company, because they don't know. This is a black magic hole at the moment, seriously. So developers, yes, you can go and actually build things, but non-developers, with the awareness of AI, you are, in fact, you know more than they do, and therefore you will influence. And if there's somebody in that company who already knows about AI, you could be attached to that person, because right, together we can start thinking about what will AI do for our business. And if you can explain a few examples of how AI works, and that it's just a service that you need to pull, that you can call, a bit like ChatGPT, that you can literally say, I'm going to send it this stream of images, and it's going to tell me what's in that images, and it's going to look for pattern matching. So for example, we can run these within an hour. You can build an AI app, in effect, that will say, look, using this CCTV camera, monitor that corridor and see who comes down the corridor. And have they got a mask on? If they have, great. If they haven't, flag a warning. You could have, if we'd have got all your pictures, we could have put a camera on that door so it automatically opened the door for you because it recognized that your face. That is simple for AI to do because it's saying, look, I've got a picture of you, you look like this, it's a match within 98%, bam, open the door. You could be, what I'm hoping for by the end of today, you'll start thinking, yeah, I'm now aware it can do these things. It can guess what's going to happen based on historical data or pictures or images or even noise, a bit like listening to the music. How would you apply that to any job? Pick an industry, anybody that you might be going into, and I'll tell you how, I'll give you some examples of how AI will change that industry. Say again? Entertainment? Is that the question? Sorry, I didn't hear it. Entertainment? The entertainment, so straight away you're already seeing Netflix predicting what you would like to watch because it knows what you've watched before and it's saying, oh, we've got these. That's literally looking at if you like this, then you like that. And Amazon does that a lot in their bookstores. They've got a couple of bookstores in Seattle where they're based. And it's cashierless, there's nobody there. And next to every book on the shelf or every device, it'll say, if you like this, then look at this. That is based on, in effect, crowdsourcing the activity regarding that book. You'll see it on the Amazon shops now online. If you like this, then why not like this? And they're trying to upsell all the time. So that's based on historic data. And they're looking at a pattern of, well, 90% of people bought this other book when they bought this. Why not? If it helps boost sales, why not? So you could think of that in what your role is going to be next. Okay, let me crack on. So how can Microsoft help you? This is what we're going to get to the nuts of it, is Microsoft know that AI is here and it's making big money. Why? Because businesses want to save that money, don't they? So therefore, Microsoft's not going to leave that on the table. It said, well, we can help you do that. So what Microsoft have done is built a whole swathe of services that you can tap into. We mentioned a few already. You can literally build what's called an API to question and answer that. A bit like a text box where you can say, ask a question, a bit like in ChatGPT, ask a question, it'll give you an answer. But you can do that behind the scenes using an API on a website. You can feed it these questions without it ever being visible, and you can get those answers. So you can do those millions of times a second. So it's really, really powerful. You will get charged for it, just like anything. You're using their service. All right? Now, some people say to me, do I need to know the ins and outs of AI to be able to do it? No, you don't. Just like many of you will drive, you don't know what's inside your engine. It's like mechanical stuff. Does that make sense? You don't need to know how an engine works. Whereas 50 years ago, you did. Because you wouldn't get very far if you were riding a 1950s motorcycle or a 1920s car. It wouldn't get very far before it broke down, would it? So you had to be a mechanic. Now we've got reliability. Now we've got services that you can just rely upon. Okay? So we've got the AI fundamentals. And there's a bunch of fundamentals. Okay? And these are like an entry-level certification. They're not meant to be really, really taxing. But you need to learn what's in the course to be able to pass the exam. Does that make sense? Now, some of you will find these exams pretty tricky. Why? Because this is brand new. This is not something you've learned before. It's not something your parents have got. It's like you weren't taught it at school because AI is brand new. So you do need to come at it from an open mind and go, okay, I need to study for this a little bit. But when I'm talking about studying, you're studying for like 10 hours. There's a number of modules, each of them about 2 hours long. But you do need to listen, you do need to learn, you may make some notes and do a practice test at the end. It's okay. But the AI is a really nice course. I'm going to show you a few bits of it in a minute. Okay, it's nice. There's some clever stuff in there, and you will build that chatbot. You will give it an image, and it'll go, "That's a woman in that image," or "That's a child," and it'll recognize that because it's been taught what to look for. It knows what a child is. It knows what the Empire State Building is. It knows what a famous face is because it's been taught these things by Microsoft already. But you could also teach it your things. So this is where if you're building your own, you can feed it your data as well. You don't. It's just the engine. You know, there's some pre-custom built models that Microsoft have built that you can leverage, or you can start with a blank canvas and still have the engine. Yeah, a bit like a kit car. You get the engine, you get all the bits, but you can put your colors and you can change it up by using your data, your images, you know, and that makes a big difference. So the name that we're looking for is AI 900. Remember that. That is the one that you need. That's the exam that you're going to do. You know, you will be more confident about AI just by going through the learning. Whether or not you take the exam or not, it's not mandatory. We'd love you to do it, of course, because that proves to you that you know it, to your future employer that you've got it. And you get a badge. I know. Badges, people love badges. But it gives something to promote on LinkedIn. Most students, when I used to talk to students 10 years ago, and I said, look, you need to use LinkedIn. They were like, well, that's like an online CV. I've got nothing on the CV, I'm a student. That was the argument then. I'm giving you something you can put on your CV. You've got your degree, you've got your work placements, you've got your internships, you've got your evening jobs, whatever you do, you're gonna have some bunch of qualifications in addition to your degree. Start building that profile now. So, what does the fundamentals of AI give you? It gives you 4 key areas. It looks at what is AI. It goes through the ethics of it. Should we have AI in driverless cars? What happens when it sees somebody? Does it crash, or does it run that person over? Or does it stop the car? You know, the ethics is pretty important. Don't do stuff that is harmful. You know, it looks at machine learning, which is all about predicting, looking at a data set and saying, what is clever about that data? And that's your Netflix saying, all these people have watched this film, 50% have watched this film afterwards. Right, that's likely behavior. We'll predict that. So machine learning is quite technical, but again, the way that Microsoft do it in their course is very WYSIWYG, which means it's drag and drop, it's visual, you can build that model, okay? You don't have to learn how it does it, you just need to know you feed data in, it spits data out at the end. And you can change that data, you can look at the bias. Then we're looking at my favorite part, which is computer vision. This is the images. Okay? And I'm going to show you in a few minutes the tutorial material that you'll learn from. And it is really nice. It's visual. There's some videos in there. There's some good images. There's some check questions to give you a sense of progress. You know, because if you're progressing through this, you'll pass the exam. And the last one is all about language. So this is the chatbots. This is where you'll learn a chatbot. And you can do any of these 4 in isolation. And just drop in. You don't have to start a day at 1 and go through. You don't have to learn about the cloud first. One of the big mistakes most students do, unfortunately, is to start off with the Azure fundamentals. Remember this one at the top? Yeah? And they think, oh, I need to learn about the cloud before I do anything else. But if you think about the cloud's this big. AI is this big, which is harder. You know, if you're trying to pack your brain with everything, or even a little bit of everything, it becomes really hard. Focus. And then you can expand, and people then pass. Don't start off the Azure fundamentals, please. Right. Who's heard of Microsoft Learn? I'm going to show you a 2-minute video. You have. Great, a few of you. This is where most of the material that you'll need to learn from is. It's held there. And Learn is an amazing website that Microsoft keep up to date. They keep adding new stuff all the time, new modules, new courses. The AI course is kept up to date by Microsoft on a quarterly basis. So it doesn't change that much, but there will be subtle changes. And the exam will relate back to that. So make sure you do your learning using Microsoft Learn. Let me show you, and then we'll talk about it in a minute. So let's come back. Why didn't that work?
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, We believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
So like I said before, Learn is the one-stop shop. This is where all the learning materials are available to not just students, but anybody in the world for free. And it will always be free. Okay, there's no charges here. To learn is free, and that's amazing. And it'll be up to date, kept to date all the time. All right. And you will see other things on Learn that might distract you. Keep focused. And one of the ways we can keep you focused is by creating what's called a collection. So this collection, and I can show you it live if you want, is a list of the modules that you need to learn for this test. All right, and it keeps you focused. And the exam writers will only put things from this course in that test. They won't expand it. Okay, so be careful not to allow yourself to get distracted. Get the exam first and then get distracted. Okay, so if I show you quickly what Learn looks like, let me find Learn. So this is a collection at the moment, and if I can I do this? No, I can't. Let me. It's not letting me do it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to do it and it's not letting me move my mouse. I might have to change the. Let me show you another way. I'll do it a different way. So the learning paths that are on Learn are these 5 learning paths. And you can see that they marry up to what we talked about before, about getting started, exploring the visual, so cameras, pictures, moving pictures, and then looking at this computer vision. So what the computer sees. And if you think about a computer, it's looking at the black and white dots, almost like the pixelated view. And it's looking to see, do those pixels relate to another picture? Is there some comparison? And what is the likelihood that they're the same picture? So you will train it, and we'll show you an image in a minute. You'll train it to know, let's say, what an orange looks like. It will then recognize an orange from different angles, different lighting, because it can see that there's a pattern matching. Okay. Then we look at things like natural language and then decision support. So when it's looking at a chat bot, does it know what you're asking it? Can it deduce what you're asking to give you the right question? When you look at these and go through this, you will build a model for each of these. You'll use that free service that Microsoft's given to you. Ethan talked about buying or renting a server, didn't he? Like £4 an hour. Okay, this is really important. You will be given, as a student, $100 of those £4 of that credit, that Azure credit, to use. You claim it, it's yours, it's your benefit. Not many, you don't have to claim it, but it's yours. That $100 will disappear if you don't turn things off. Imagine it's like a taxi. You've had a night out, you jump in a taxi, you say, take me home. Right? And it normally costs you £12. If you didn't pay that taxi driver that night and you left it till the morning and he's still waiting outside your house, it's going to be £80, isn't it? So you must turn these services off. You must. Otherwise, they'll keep running. And that £4 an hour, which is quite an expensive service, to be fair, how much is that after 24 hours? Who's good at maths? 96? Okay. How much is that after 7 days? It's about £700. You've blown your $100 that you were given for a whole year. So the whole course, all of these modules, will cost, and it really does cost Microsoft, they're giving you this, about $25. But you must turn things off. If that's the only thing you've learned today when you start these courses, is turn the damn thing off. And go further, delete it. Because you need the practice. You need to be able to go into the Azure portal, which is where all these services belong, and start a service, configure a service, and make it run. And if you just follow the instructions and do it once and go, next, you've only ever done it once in your life. Where's the fun in that? I want you to build it, and then delete it, build it again, and get comfortable, because if you can go to that interview and say, yeah, I've built a few things. I've built a chatbot. I've built this image recognition software. All you've done is follow the instructions, but you've built it. No one else in that interview panel have done that. Does that make sense? You are then so much different because you've done You've built AI. You've used AI. You can explain it. That makes you much more employable because they know that the whiz kids are saving millions of pounds in AI right now. And we want you to start that journey. And if you love it, you can go deeper. You can go much, much deeper if you wanted to. This is just the fundamental. Does that make sense? So I mentioned the $100 that we give you, or Microsoft give you. You need to claim it. You get that for every year you're in education. So if you run out, you might have to wait till the end of the year after you've claimed it. You get another $100. Pretty cool. You should not need to put your credit card. Do not do that. As a student, you get $100. That is enough to run this course 4 or 5 times. Okay. You do not need to be able to code. All the code is given to you. You just need to put your key that they'll give you, like your unique key to make it yours into the script. You don't need to know what it's doing. You just need to know, I tell it to do it, I give it an image, it spurts out some results. That is image recognition. Okay? Pretty clever. So I mentioned before, you will get hands-on building some AI solutions that have been canned, been ready for you. You're following the instructions. If you're more of a developer, you can take those instructions and add to them if you want and make it fun. But in effect, we're giving you the model, we're giving you the framework. Yeah, you know, there's a really cool one on fruit. There's another one on polar bears. You know, it's pretty cool. You can use any image bank that you've got. Right. When you leave today, we want you to start a journey with Microsoft and cloud-based skills. It's part of the launch today, and you can pick of AI. You can do cloud. You can do Power Platform. Any of these you can do. And we're running some webinars, live webinars, that are starting next week. They will be recorded, so please do register. You can still claim and use those. And we're talking you through it, a full day presentation with demos, bringing it all to life, giving you, everything you need to learn it, and then you go to learn and then practice it. And I'll show you the journey. This is the journey we want you to follow. So you're going to register for the live webinar. Okay. You're then going to choose the course that you're going to pick, AI, or I'd recommend you do AI first because it's the most fun. And then you're going to claim your $100. And you can only use it in Azure. You can't use it for somewhere else. And then you're going to start doing that learning. And it's about 10 to 15, maybe 20 hours. Depends what your experience is in AI. Some of you are doing AI or computer science. You can whiz through this in 8 hours. And then you're going to do some practice tests, some assessment questions to make sure that you understand what might be tested. And then you'll schedule an online exam. You can take it from home, take it from uni, take it from anywhere. And that requires you to have a laptop with a webcam, and it's monitored. It's a proper big boy exam. So if you haven't, it's called Pearson VUE is the exam session. Question. You fail. You pick one of the other 8. You pick one of the other 8. You can't take this. We're not giving you a free retest. Naughty, I know. We're making you work for it. But most people who do what's on the screen will pass. The passing rate's like 80%. If you do the Azure one, it's slightly less. So that's why I want you to do this one, because you'll pass this one. And then you'll be confident. Most of you have never done a Microsoft exam, am I right? Good. So as part of the rest, there's a couple of slides at the end. There's some really useful tools. Microsoft will give you a demo practice, a demo test, demo real exam with like 5 questions, so you get to feel what the questions are like and what the interface is like. It's like, oh, okay, because the first time you do anything, it's always hard, isn't it? Like riding a bike, you fall off, it hurts. The second time, the third time, you get better and better. So what I want you to do is pick an exam that you are interested in, a topic like AI, because you're all here. Do well at it, pass it, and then do more. I don't want you to take a really hard one, and the hard ones are things like Power Platform's quite hard because it's so new. It's like, I've never done business automation before. It's quite hard. So if you take that and you fail it, you're going to walk away and go, that's hard work. I'm not going to do any more of those. Why would I want to get beaten up? Pick a topic that you can get your heart into and you think, this is cool. AI is amazing. And I can guarantee you, none of your friends will have AI on their list, on their CV. So you'll be pretty special as well. Pass the AI one and then say, I can do that again. I can do another one. What's next? maybe data if you're into data, maybe Azure if you're into the cloud. They will then start building out. Okay. So, one key point. June, the end of June, this all ends. Okay, the freebie ends. Why? Because Microsoft run their financial year to the end of June. Will they extend it? Who knows? We don't know. But we've been told that you've got to the end of June. So don't delay. Start at the launch. Get in there. Okay. The ideal time is once you've looked at the webinar, once you started studying, is within about 21 days you should be taking the exam because it's in your head. We don't want this hanging over you. And if you want to take 2 or 3 of these exams, do it. Get 2 or 3 over the next 2 months, 3 months. Work out what your best schedule is. Can you do it over 2 days? Do this on a weekend. Okay, I'm going to rattle through some of these slides, but they're all going to be available to you. So when you come to the web page, and this is on Learn, you need to click Get Started. And then you'll be sent to this page, which is the page that we spun up, and you'll pick which fundamentals you want. And we've put AI first to give you an idea that that's a really nice one. Okay. And then you'll start your learning. Okay. You'll sign in, you'll check that you'll verify that you're a student, and you'll start the journey. Click Start the Journey, and it'll send you off to learn. And it'll give you the exam, the practice tests. This is where you validate that you're a student. If you get a problem with this because your university has not been recognized, use a different option rather than email. And if you need it, click some support. They'll answer, they'll get you signed in. You'll then go through a 3-stage process. You'll learn, you'll prepare, and you'll certify. Okay. Once you've done the learning, you will self-attest at the bottom. You'll say, I've done the learning. Only you know that. And then we'll give you some practice tests, and then we'll give you the exam voucher. And that exam voucher is worth about £69, okay, that Microsoft is funding, because they want as many of you guys to succeed in this, because the world's changed. It's become an AI-driven world. I mean, if you can get in it at that stage. So here's the sample questions, about 50 questions that you'll take for each exam. And it'll give you a good idea of what's going to be on the real exam. Okay, so sample questions. You'll then click Claim at the far right. Okay, and you'll get given the code. That code you'll then use to book you an exam, and you'll book it yourself. You'll book it yourself with this third party called Pearson VUE. Okay. You will need what's called a certification profile. This is on the Microsoft Learn website, and that is just really a profile that allows you to keep all your certification activity in one place. And actually, all of the modules that you do through your learning on Learn are all stored as well. So when you go back to this website that you've bookmarked, it knows where you finished. It knows where you were. So you just carry on. And you gain points for every module that you complete. And there's like mini self-assessments at the end of each one. So it's really quite a nice experience of learning in a nice environment. Okay. So you'll create a certification profile, as I said. You'll put your emails in there. Do this with a personal Microsoft account, not your school one. Okay. You can link a school one, so you can have both. But why do I want you to do this with a personal one first? Because it lasts forever. Your school one will retire once, So I know some universities literally give you 7 days at the end of the course and you're off. You've lost it. So use your personal email. Use your school one to verify that you're a student and to claim your Azure for students, but don't sign up for anything with a school email, if that makes sense. The other gotcha that you must do is make sure you specify your job title as a student. Why? Because then you'll get the student discounts. In effect, we give you 100% discount on the exam. You'll claim the exam voucher. You'll then book the exam at the bottom right. You're going to schedule it with Pearson VUE. And this looks a little bit odd in that it says for students here. But no, you're being given a full value. You do it here. And then you'll get this and you'll say, oh, wow, it's going to cost me £82. Well, it's not, because you proceed to check out. You then add your code that we've given you, and it'll come to 0. Okay, it's at the end. Last 2 slides. We've mentioned before, there's a few bits, extra things. There's some sample questions, there's a study guide, and there's this exam sandbox. The exam sandbox is pretty cool because it gives you that, well, what is the exam going to be like? Let me show you very quickly. So you've got what's going to be in the exam. Here's some sample questions. And at the end, you've got 10 questions that are in an exam environment. And that really will put your mind at rest to say, OK, I'll go next, answer them all, and pass. Hopefully. Last video, and then we're done.
This is Jack, a second-year college student studying computer science. He's passionate, hardworking, and dreams of using tech to make the world a better place. He just needs a little inspiration. Jack's got a bright future ahead, but with so many options out there, he's not sure where to start. Luckily, there's a new Microsoft resource designed just for students like him. You guessed it, Microsoft Learn. Combine tons of resources to prepare for in-demand jobs, and give hands-on experience with AI, data, and cloud computing. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Because I think he's about to get Microsoft certified. Nice job. A vote of confidence from Microsoft will look great on his resume. First, internship. Wow, what a rush. I knew he could do it. Now it's time to find your path. Get started on Microsoft Learn today.
Very American. Sorry about that, but it is an American company. But yeah, I'm not going to do that dance, but we can all do that later. So just before, and I'm holding you from lunch, just before I go, most of you played with Lego as kids, okay? And we built stuff. In the last 10 years, what we started to see more of? Lego kits that you build a model, you build a train set, you build. Why? Because we started to lose that imagination. We can't just give kids a bunch of Lego and say, amuse yourself for an hour, can we? They don't have that imagination like some of you did. So we give them a kit and say, build the kit, we follow the model. The Azure AI fundamentals is like that. Follow your model, build it. But once you've got the knowledge of AI in your head, and you know what it can do, because you followed the model, you built what they want you to build, you can then build your own thing if you want, or you can work together with a developer to build it out and use those services. And then you can start to build really cool things, okay? Because that's the power of using a service that's provided for you. You can literally dream anything and build it. You don't have to focus on the nuts and bolts, the bit at the bottom, the hard stuff. And that's why businesses are grasping hold of AI, because they're saying, we don't have to do the hard things. We don't have to employ 20 developers. We can just use the service. Does that make sense? So my last example is this app. So Brickit uses AI to look at a whole floor of Lego, and it'll then recommend or suggest a whole set of models you can build from it. So it's almost like, give that to your kid who says, I don't know what to build. Download the free app, scan the Lego pieces, because it knows what Lego looks like. It knows what can be built from Lego, and it then gives you 50 things to build. Yeah, pretty cool. And I'll show you that in, let's just see if this will play. This was built by a couple of geeks from Google, I think, in their spare time. It analyzes the Lego, 884 pieces of Lego, and it gives you ideas. And then it gives you the instructions how to build these things together. It's all built by AI, and it's a free app. So that means they're making money somewhere else, from advertising or from the fact that you're part of their community. Pretty clever. So you don't always have to make money by selling the app. You can make money from other ways. There's a whole community. Yeah. Pretty cool. And that's built by AI. Thank you very much. Hope you do get certified. Go well. Go well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I hope, is this on? Can anyone hear me? Brilliant, fantastic. I want you all to get up and stretch your legs in a second, but before you do, I want to call out, I know many of you use TikTok. So I've got 3 more mugs in my arms here. And the first 3 TikTokers to come to the front can grab a mug. And Liam over there is going to do some TikToking with you over the lunch break. So if you're a TikToker, run for the front. And if not, there you go. And if not, then stand up, stretch your legs, go and grab some lunch, which is all laid out behind you. And we'll be back here for the launch of the University Cloud Challenge at 1:30. Okay? Thank you very much for being so patient this morning. Bye-bye.
Hi, Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, perfect. So I'm just going to take you off the stream for like a few seconds until we set
Yes.
up. So I'll bring you
Yeah,
back
that's
on.
fine. I
Okay,
can't see, just so you know, I can't see anything to change the slides on here, so I might need
so
to
all
ask.
you need to do is go on to present,
Yeah.
and then from present, you can share your screen and you can
Okay.
share your slides.
Okay, so we're not working off the central deck. We'll link back to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we'll
All
do.
right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
So I think that's sorted.
Yeah.
So after her, like 20 minutes or so, it should be the other way around. They should be able to see us.
Pardon?
After Jen's keynote,
Yeah.
they should be able to see us.
Why do they need to see us?
Because I'm doing Kahoot from here.
Then all they need to just look at the stream, the YouTube stream,
Yeah.
and they'll see everybody. I just need to do this first. I'm sorry.
So just finding a logistics. Jen is ready. She just asked how to present.
Hi, Jen.
Hello.
Hi, we're just we're giving a minute to everyone to settle down.
Yeah.
They've just had lunch. And
Just saying I can't upload any slides because the deck's bigger than 50 meg.
oh, could you share your screen? I think that'll be better if you can share your screen.
Let me try and do that now.
So under present.
Yeah, let me see. Select window or screen. I'm not going to be able to see anything. Just so you know, I can't see anything.
Okay.
If I'm on my screen, so.
Okay, just shout and we can see your screen.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna hand it over to Claire, who will introduce you, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, great.
Hi, Jen.
Hello. It's really weird. I can't see you guys at all. So.
At the moment, your screen, your slide is tiny because the notes page is huge.
Right, I've got it in present mode.
Oh, it's okay. Ravneet can do it. It's Rav can do it. It's fine. She can sort it.
Because I had it in presenter mode. So does it change when I click this?
Well, that looks perfect. But have you got any notes you can now not see, or are you okay?
I printed them off so I can see it. But if I've pressed to go into presenter mode, so it's now only. Oh, hang on, I can probably share.
It looks great at this end.
Okay, if it looks okay your side, then I'll keep it as it is.
You're on the welcome back, so it looks great at this end. Yeah.
Okay.
Okie dokie. So. Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Welcome back. I hope that you had some fun. I saw some little huddles building up over the lunchtime, little kind of learning circles down here and good football going on over there. But I'm really glad to welcome you back because this afternoon is going to be a lot of fun and it's going to kick off with a great opportunity to launch the University Cloud Challenge. And she says boldly, I have the biggest bowl of chocolate here for the winners of the Kahoot quiz, which will come after the launch of the University Cloud Challenge. But whilst everyone is all settling down, I'd like to welcome our friends and colleagues in London, our friends and colleagues at the hackathon in Birmingham, where I hope things are going incredibly well, just like they are here. But most of all, what I'd like to do is to introduce my boss, Jen Wyatt, the wonderful Jen Wyatt, who's going to deliver the keynote and open the University Cloud Challenge for us. So take it away, Jen.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Claire, and welcome back from lunch. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be with you in London in person or in Birmingham in person today, but it is an absolute pleasure to be here to officially launch the University Cloud Challenge for 2023. So who am I? My name's Jen Wyatt. I have the very fortunate position of leading our education business here in the UK for Microsoft. And with that really comes this mission, which myself and my team orientate everything we do towards. And that is really to be able to empower every student on the planet to achieve more. And honestly, with something like the University Cloud Challenge today and having you all with us online in London and in Birmingham, I can't think of a better way for us to be living the opportunity to help you all achieve more than launching the Cloud Challenge today and having you all with us for the day. So thank you for the time that you have all given to us over the course of the morning. I hope you've had a fantastic morning and still a whole ton to come this afternoon, which I hope will be of use to you. So as we think about the ever-evolving technology landscape and really why investing in something like the University Cloud Challenge is important, you'll start to see an ever evolving landscape when it comes to technology. So what does that mean? It means that firstly, the jobs that were available out of university for when I graduated are now already very different 15 years on to the opportunities that will be ahead of you as you start to think about building your careers and the skills that you will need to think about your careers. Now, for anybody who's been following kind of tech in the media over the last few months, I'm sure you will have heard of ChatGPT. You will also kind of have seen a lot of conversation around how OpenAI will be able to change our future. And these are just a couple of examples of the rapid pace of evolving technology as we think about the landscape moving forward. Not only how that will affect our lives, but our careers, the opportunities for engineers in the tech space, but for every human on the planet to be able to use AI to totally revolutionize the tasks that they do. Now, I have to hold my hands up. My own personal experience of using ChatGPT to date has mainly involved asking it to write raps about my family and my cats, which I'm sure is probably not the target market for ChatGPT. And actually, Claire and I were having a conversation not so long ago around really the ethical aspect of ChatGPT. And a vicar had called into the radio to say that it had written a sermon using ChatGPT and how he was super impressed at the quality of the output from something that was delivered by AI. However, the question that it then went on to ask was, is it ethical for me to use, right? Is it ethical for me to use this sermon in church that I have written using AI? And the answer that it gave to that was also very interesting. So a whole ton of questions, but really what is important is that the landscape is evolving rapidly. So what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your careers? What does it mean for your opportunities? And recently, really over the last couple of weeks, a report was published at the World Economic Forum in Davos, really talking about the increasing demand for jobs moving forward. And as you can see here, the top 3 jobs that were increasing in demand constantly were data analytics and scientists, AI and machine learning specialists, and big data specialists. Now, if I reflect on this from my insight into helping a lot of our public sector customers, really the one big thing that slows down digital transformation for companies moving forward is a huge lack of skills that they see in their current employee base. And when they're going out to market to try and bring in skilled employees to be able to help them with that ever increasingly fast pace of technology in the workplace. So we are looking to all of you who have joined us online, all of you in London at the Reactor, and all of us at the Hackathon at Steam House in Birmingham to think about how you can be the target audience for these jobs moving forward. How can you help fill that skills gap as you start to think about your career journeys and the opportunities that will be ahead of you as you think about graduating from university? Now, it's fascinating to see this slide, but really the one thing that I would encourage you to think when you look at this slide is just a massive word of opportunity, right? There is so much untapped opportunity for you to think about how you can fill. And really, I don't think there's ever been a more exciting time to think about how you evolve from a world of education in a world where you think about your careers moving forward. So why is something like today and the University Cloud Challenge important? Well, research that we conducted with LinkedIn said that students who were exiting university were nearly 2.5 times more likely to be hired if they had a Microsoft professional certification on their CVs. Now, I know that after my session today, you'll be spending some time with an incredible colleague of mine, really starting to think about how you build out your public profile, how you tell your story, and how you do that through LinkedIn, how you do that through your CVs. But I would really encourage you to think about how you use something like the University Cloud Challenge to make yourselves the absolute top tier of talent as you're exiting university and you think about the jobs that you will want tomorrow. By investing your time in something like the challenge today and doing that and having a whole ton of fun in doing so, you are making yourselves 2.5 times more likely to be hired as you come out of university. So something that doesn't involve a whole ton of time will create so much untapped opportunity. And so I'm really excited to be able to support you through that journey as we move forward. So with that, I wanted to say that the University Cloud Challenge is now officially open. So to sign up, please see the link at the top of the screen here, aka.ms/UniCloud Challenge 2023. And I urge you massively to sign up. Why? Well, you can start earning points for your university, and points are awarded for a number of different things. So just registering will get you 10 points. Starting to access some of our courses via Microsoft Learn will get you points. Completing the learning will get you points. If you pass the exam, you smash 50 points, which is incredible. And even taking the exam, even if you weren't to pass, gets you a significant amount of points. And really, as we think about that at Microsoft, that shows a huge amount of growth mindset, right? Taking away that fear of failure, putting yourselves out there, learning from the mistakes that you've made, and then going at it again. There is nothing to be ashamed of in trying and failing and trying again. So I really look forward to kind of watching the leaderboard as you all sign up to start accruing points for your university. And just to add in the element of competitiveness, it will be really fascinating to see whether the University of De Montfort keeps the cup for this year, or whether we see a different university coming through top of the pile. Whilst there's points involved for you, there are also prizes involved. So we will be doing monthly prize draws for students, where the top scoring students will be eligible for prizes from a whole ton of swag that we have to give away, which is really exciting. So I really encourage you to take it seriously. At the end of the competition, obviously there will be a cup available to the winning university, but also really importantly, an incredible experience for all of the students who took part to come to a hackathon at the Microsoft offices in Paddington to really start to understand the opportunity that we have with augmented reality in our HoloLens products. So just to remind you, take some time, please take your phones out, take a picture of the screen, type it into your browser as we go through. Find the way that you can start to sign up for the challenge. And as we go through the course of today, I really look forward to kind of seeing those registrations rolling through. As mentioned, the competition is running from today, the 27th of January, all the way through to the end of June 2023. So a whole ton of time for you to prioritise investing in yourselves, investing in your career journeys, investing in the skills that will help you be the workforce of the future skills of tomorrow. So we've mentioned a lot about competition as we go through. And so with that, I thought we would start to see whether the London Reactor was the most competitive group that we have with us today, or potentially whether the audience in Birmingham at Steamhouse were the most competitive team today. So we're going to take some time out to play a quick Kahoot quiz, which is Steamhouse versus Reactor. And I'm sure you will want to come away the winning team, and there are prizes available for the winning team. So how to get involved. Please get out your phones. If you're with us in the audience, if you don't have a phone with you, please get out a laptop or a tablet that you have with you. Make sure that you've got some internet connection and type kahoot.it into your phone browser. I'll give you a short amount of time to do that. Then enter the game pin and a nickname. And when you're entering your nickname, if you are with us in London, please place an R beforehand, And if you are with us in Birmingham, please place an S before your nickname. And most importantly, get ready to have some fun. So with that, I'll stop sharing my screen. We're going to go back to the Reactor in London, who will share live the Kahoot quiz and give you some more time to sign up. But thank you so much for having me today. And I really look forward to taking part in the Kahoot quiz with you today.
Knows we're quickly setting up the Kahoot quiz, which is on a different screen. So give us 2 seconds and we'll give you the game pin. Is anyone having any trouble getting on to kahoot.it? How many of you use Kahoot in your normal academic programs in your sessions? Wow, that's about half of you. That's fantastic. So it's something quite new to me. So with any luck, we'll have it very soon, and we'll just tell you what the number is for the login. So is everybody logged into kahoot.it? Fantastic. I hope that's true up in Birmingham as well, because our guys are all revved up and ready to go, and they're feeling quite competitive.
Yeah, so for those in Birmingham, just to remind you, open a browser on your phone and just type in kahoot.it. So KAHOOT.IT, and that should take you to the Kahoot login page. We'll give you a moment to do that, and then we'll share the game pin shortly.
Just be 2 seconds while we get the pin code for you for the game. Here we go. Oops. Okay. 2 seconds. We're just getting it up on the screen for everybody. Is that okay? It's so smart that we've got 3 audiences today. We've got Birmingham, we've got London, and we've got all of those who are online because it was so oversubscribed. We had a lot of people on the wait list, and they were having to join online today. So for those of you who are not here, we're really glad to have you here in the competition. We're going to add you, by the way, to the Reactor scores. So put an R in front of your nickname, because you would have come to the Reactor. So we've got a very strong Reactor team. Now, if we now open up the quiz, we can find out what the pin number is. Here we go. Does that give us the... where is... It's on the right-hand side, the quiz. Hold on a second. We got a little technical issue as we try and find our way around. We have to open up the quiz on the right, don't we? There it is. So open up the quiz on the right. No. Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, so if we click start, we should come up with the pin number. Right. It's loading, everybody. It's loading. We're nearly there. Classic mode. Get ready to join. So you've all got your kahoot.it out and ready to go. Here is the pin. It's 2616530. We won't start till you're ready. It's 2616530. And you can see all the names coming in. Brilliant. We've got Dan, we've got Krish, we've got Jürgen, and we've got Saba. We've got loads of people. Carlotta's there. Everybody's there. It's all building up. Fantastic. The number again, 2616530. Can I have a show of hands? How many people are in now? Most people in the room are in. Woo! Well, I guess we could probably guess that most people are in the room in Birmingham are all entered, okay? Is that a hand for a question? No, that's just a hand for saying, I'm here, I'm ready to go. Okay, so if we're all there and ready to go, let's start the quiz. We've got 8 questions, okay? Are you ready to go? Fantastic. Rav is going to press the button. Stand by, guys. Here you go. Oops. The start is over there. No. Oh. Okay. Oh, the mouse has gone astray. Don't worry, it's coming back. The mouse has gone walkabout. Hold on a second. It's complex, isn't it? Who would try to do a thing with 4 different audiences on one day? Only Rav, who's very bold and brave. We're ready to go. Hit the start button. Off we go. First question coming up. Stand by, guys. Which technology was named after the nickname of Denmark and Norway's King Harald Gormsen? Was it streaming? Was it quantum computing? Was it blockchain? Or was it Bluetooth? I love the GIF. Love the GIF. Oh, wow. This is a very confident set of answers here. So Bluetooth was the right answer, but there was quite a big spread. Yeah. Ready for the next one, guys? Ready, ready, ready? Here goes. Number 2. Oh, no, we got a scoreboard. Brilliant. So who's Dan? Is Dan here in the reactor? Where's Dan? Dan is in the front row. He's a SWAT. So he's got a good score. He's the man to beat, everybody. Are we moving on to question number 2? Approximately how much data exists in the digital universe today? 2.7 megabytes, 2.7 gigabytes, 2.7 zettabytes, or 2.7 terabytes? Grab your color, guys. There's only 8 seconds left. Data everywhere. Oh my goodness, that's a bit more convincing, guys. That's a bit more convincing. Let's go back to the league table and see who's winning now. Ah, so Dan is still in the lead. Do you know what this means, guys? It means Dan is very fast. So if it gets serious, you might have to hold down his right hand before he can get the answers. So we're doing really well, though. We've got a lot of reactor names here, guys. So it looks like the reactor versus Steamhouse is doing well. Let's do the next question, number 3. Which keyboard letter do we press with the control button to undo an action? I mean, you guys are all kind of speech controlled, but if you were to use keyboards, which button do you press to undo an action? Is it V? Is it Z? Is it X? Is it U? Hey, that is the most convincing answer we've had to date. 74 of the answers got the right answer. So that's fantastic news. Fantastic. Next question coming along now. We've got question 4. Oh, no, we've got the leaderboard. Huh. But look, it's closing. Ben has got only 30 less than Dan. So Ben is coming up the outside track here. And actually, Oscar's doing really well as well. So there are people within touch of Dan. So here we go. Question number 4. What have we got? What is Pierre Omidyar's biggest claim to fame? Did he launch eBay? Did he create Facebook Marketplace? Did he design Amazon Alexa? Or did he invent the first electric car? Don't hesitate, guys. You got to be quick if you're going to beat Dan. Woo! So it's a good number, got it right, but actually a good spread there too. Should we have a look at what's happened to Dan on the leaderboard? Alpi, where's Alpi? Hey, congratulations, Alpi. Alpi has seized the lead, and he's now in the lead with 3,787. So that's and Dan's actually slipped down to number 4. So there's hope for us all, I think. That's not you. Oh, I was going to say, I think there's hope for us all. Let's do the next question. Are you all standing by? Ready? Okay, here we go. And the question is, which was the first emoticon ever used? Really? Does everyone need lots of time to do this one? Bingo. Oh! Here we go. It was in yellow. And actually, that is the answer which has had the most compelling set of answers to it. 93. That's the highest single score we've had. So what's that done for the leaderboard? Let's have a quick look. Alpi's still in the lead. Well done, Alpi. I've got, by the way, I've got 4 more Microsoft mugs for the top 4 in this room. And there are more prizes up in Birmingham for those at the hackathon. So if you're in the top 4, you get a mug. Everybody gets chocolates, okay? So let's go to the next question. Which music streaming and podcast service was officially launched in October 2008? Was it Deezer or Spotify or Podomatic or Raga? What do you reckon, guys? There's a great shriek of laughter from over here. Does that mean that you were debating whether to go for Spotify? Fantastic news. Okay, so what does that mean to the scores now? Alpi's still in the lead, guys. This is a 3-streak win. So 4 players have reached the 3-streak win. So that's pretty impressive. So Alpi, Iki, Aiki, Ben, and Oscar are all in the running for a Microsoft Cup at the moment. Let's take the next question. Which invention is often credited to the radar technician Douglas Engelbart in the 1960s? Engelbart, sorry. Was it the mouse or the ZX Spectrum console or the overhead projector or the first orbital satellite? What do you think Mr. Engelbart designed for us? What's he famous for, folks? Oh, well. There's another question, actually. How many people here use a mouse? Hands up if you use a mouse. Only a small number of people use mouses, but there we go. Mice, I suppose they're called if there's lots of them. Well done. So should we have a look at the score now? Some moving around. Jose's crept up into the top 4. And Nicola, where's Nicola? He's somewhere over here. I can see him. Brilliant. So well done. And Millie, you're in the top 5. I haven't seen you in the top 5 yet. Well done, Millie. Come on, see what you can do now. Is it just one more question or are there 2 more? Last question. This is the deciding factor, okay? So everybody ready? Tux the penguin is the mascot of the computer operating system Linux. Is that true or false? What do we reckon? He looks a bit sad, the penguin, doesn't he? Hey, look at that for a score. Isn't that wonderful? 124 right answers on the final question. So that is absolutely awesome. I am now going to give the bowl of goodies to my colleague Lakshmi, who's going to stand up at the front. And what we're going to do is we're going to award the prizes, or the prizes. We're going to award the prizes, and the winner is Alpi and Aiki and Jose. So can Jose Koba, can you 3 come up to the front now and collect your mugs? Because I think that's fabulous, fabulous to see. And a big round of applause as they collect their mugs. Big round of applause, everybody. This is great. Well done, Alpi. Thank you. Well done, well done. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pass the big bowl. Oh, actually, we don't know who came 4th, do we? I've got a 4th mug. Who was 4th? Ah, come. You've got a mug. So we've got one more mug to give away. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pass the bowl to the front row. Actually, do you know, I think we should give it to Dan because he was leading for so much of the way. And he can help himself to chocolates and then pass it round as we move on to the next part of the event. So thank you all for participating. And thank you to our colleagues in Birmingham. And thank you to Jen, who is in Reading today. Thank you so much for participating in this launch of the University Cloud Challenge.
It's good to have a fab rest of your day.
We'll pick up 1 or 2 certifications by June. I'm just going to hand back to Jen to say one more few words.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you all for your competitive spirit in the Kahoot quiz. Congratulations to our winners, both in London and in Birmingham. Enjoy your prizes. I have to say, I failed massively on that. I took part. I put my registration down as a Steam House participant, as the online participants were joining in London, but came about 40th. So don't base your own careers on my performance in the Kahoot quiz. But thank you for inviting me to join you today. I really look forward to monitoring the progress of the Cloud Challenge as we go forward, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you all.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jen. Thank you, Zephaniah and Zeph and Isaac, who are leading the event up in Birmingham. So while we all organize ourselves with chocolates here, we're going to do a quick costume change, and we're going to have Claudia come to the front to do a session about rocking your LinkedIn profile. And while she comes to the front and gets herself plugged in, can I just check how many of you have a LinkedIn profile? Oh, it's pretty much everybody. If I'd asked, oh yes, of course, you need to impress Claudia, don't you? Yes. So even if you don't have one, you're going to say you have. That's simply
the regular way or on the mic? The mic, yeah? Is it cool? All right. Okay, so I guess we can kickstart. No pressure. I haven't stood in front of such a large crowd in a very, very long time, pre-pandemic, I would say. And even then, it was much, much smaller than it is right now. So if you see me stuttering or if you see my face go red, just know that I'm fine. I'm just not used to it so much. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claudia. I've been with Microsoft for almost 4 years. In May, it's going to be my 4th anniversary. I've started with Microsoft through LinkedIn, actually. So there's a little bit of a story why I'm actually doing this presentation today, why I chose LinkedIn. My journey starts in a background of sales, hospitality quite a lot. And then I stepped into IT. So it wasn't an easy start, I would say, but I would say that it did give me a lot of opportunities. So what I want to share with you today right now, I guess I do have some PowerPoint slides that I wanted to share with you, but I guess we can start literally here. Let me just tell you that there's about 6 steps that everyone should know when it comes to LinkedIn and how you get started. So number 1, probably to get hopping on the platform and building your profile. You don't have to have a business account. You can just do that using your regular, I don't know, student account, personal account, for that matter. And once that is set up, I guess it's just about customizing and starting building that portfolio that I guess everyone wants to have and you want to stand out with. So I'm so sorry, I'm trying to figure out how this platform works. I do apologize. There we go. Ravi. So I'm so sorry. How can I slide down through the? So is it this one showing or?
Yeah, so that's the screen which is showing
Okay.
over here and also online.
All right. So how can I scroll through it or?
So literally, just take your mouse. Oh, your mouse is there already.
Okay. And I just do it.
Yeah.
Okay, I do it there.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. My first time on StreamYard, so thank you. All right. So I guess I'll start from the top. As you can tell, I have a profile picture. Now, one thing I will say about LinkedIn, because I did come across a lot of profiles. And I do get a lot of requests, follow requests. I do not treat LinkedIn as a social media platform. Therefore, for me personally, it is strictly business. And that means I will network with people who are also maybe in similar fields as me or in other fields or career fields that I'm interested in. The profile picture, I usually go for a headshot that is as clean as possible, not necessarily pictures with friends or pictures from your social environment as much as a clean headshot will do the trick for you. The space behind, I would say this is completely down to you what you want to have here. Now, I did pick something that is Microsoft related. I do happen to be a training associate, so I spend my time in the Microsoft 365 environment on a daily basis. I train people on how to use our technology. And that is why pretty much I've chosen this kind of layout. We can also see that further down the same path, I did put a couple of details about myself. So I guess step number 1 would be the picture and like putting your face out there so that people can recognize you. In step number 2, if I was to scroll further down through my profile, let me try to see if it allows me. Whoops. Let me see. Okay, alrighty. All right, so I'm just going to scroll a little bit down. You'll see a couple of interesting things on my profile, but I'll tell you in a second on how I got them. But mostly I wanted to get to this about section. Now, in the about section, you can write a little bit about who you are as a person, what drives you in life. It can be anything from skills, things that you're good at. It could be a quote. I did choose a quote, and that is just because it fits my life and my path with LinkedIn and with everything that I've experienced in 10 years of London, since I'm not from here. There are no secrets to success. It is just a result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. And that is a quote from Colin Powell. Now, I'm not saying to do something similar, whatever you think fits with who you are best, I would say. Everyone needs to find their own place. And another thing that I wanted to point out, right underneath my actual profile, there is a cool feature that was launched, I would say recently, a few months back, where you can actually also record your voice so that you can tell people how your name is actually being spelled. And that's mostly because, again, my first name might be easy to spell, but my second one is not. And I do not take it personal if people don't get it right. My role, training associate at Microsoft, also a couple of the things that I like to talk about. So if you ever want to talk about Microsoft Teams, M365, digital transformation, you can reach out to me. The area where I am, and these are the numbers of connections and followers that I have at current stage. I would say when I started on LinkedIn around 6 years ago, when I built my platform, I was on the edge with my career. I was working in hospitality. I was very, very tired, and I did not have really a way to actually go up. So when you reach that point when you don't know where you want to go next, whether that's going to be left, whether that's going to be right, I did decide to build my profile. And my profile was very simple. It's not what you see right now. This took me time to actually build. And it does take the effort to actually be active on this platform and start adding things in. So you can go ahead, you can start editing this entire site here, each one of the sections that LinkedIn has. So starting with the top part, this would be the first thing that people see when they load up. You can start putting in a couple of your things here. The pronouns are here as well. So you can just go ahead and scroll through that. The headline, that is usually your title or your current position. You can also go ahead and line up your industry, the education that you have, location, and so on. So there's quite a few things here that you can actually list up. And if I am to continue further down the analytics side, I will tell you a little bit about analytics in a few seconds. And this is something that I like to visit quite a lot. But I'm also looking at things that you can actually add extra to your profile that will make recruiters really look at your profile in a different way. And I know that Jen was talking earlier about certifications. I do happen to have certifications as well. This is the one of the most recent ones. And I do have another one coming on Tuesday. So fingers crossed that that's going to be another addition. I'm going to take you all the way down to the experience part. And you know that the experience that you put in your LinkedIn profile pretty much looks like the experience that you will line up on your CV when you give it out to your job recruiters. This is where my journey starts. This was my first job. I was an export assistant back home for a few months. So I did started working with, let's say, anything that had to do with logistics and distribution. Wasn't really fun. But I did add this to my, let's say, my career path, because it did give me certain skills. I was working on a PC. I was working with Excel, so that matters. Any tiny experience matters at this point. I also was a nanny. I was a nanny for a few months for a wonderful child. I put that in my experience. Why? Well, because it gave me life skills. And there's certain skills that you can teach people, while others, you're sort of like born with them. So you can teach people how to sell something, but maybe you cannot teach people how to take care, or you cannot teach people how to be nice. That's something that you must have within you. So, and then the next part, I've entered sales. I volunteered. I was a sales assistant for almost 3 years. I also worked for Leon Restaurants for almost 4 years. I was a team member and a training associate as well. So my training skills actually started here in the hospitality industry. As the first thing that you do is you connect with people, you connect with customers. Your customer journey might not always start in the environment that you imagine. It might not start in IT, but it can start in a hospitality industry, for example. So apart from just lining up your title and maybe the period that you've been working in, I will also say that Further down the line, you can start listing some of the things that stood out in that role that you think will stand up for other people. And obviously that will stand out for recruiters as well. And yeah, 2019 May, let's just say that was the day that changed my life. And I'm still in that journey. I'm actually curious to see where it's going to take me next. But May 2019, I was actually recruited via LinkedIn by an agency that was trying to pick up people for the new flagship Microsoft store that was going to be opened in Oxford Circus. So I went through a lot of interviews. I would say I met a lot of great people. And that's what my journey started. So as a product advisor, obviously, again, you are front-facing with people. Now, I would say this, communication, the knowledge that you gain, the training that you go through. I know it might sound hard, but it does put you in the right spot to be able to make better decisions. And it does put you in the right spot to network with the right people. So yeah, from there, we went all the way up, training associate, and that is where I am right now. It is actually a really, really fun place to be. And some of the skills that I've gained along the way does involve problem solving, time management. It does involve data analysis. It does involve customer satisfaction, interpersonal skills. So these are all things that you maybe picked along the way, but up until this very last moment, they are right there. And then you will continue your journey with that. So I've lined up all of this in my experience on my LinkedIn page, but obviously you can always go back, you can edit any of these sections and add anything that you think stands out. If you ever got in a prize, a diploma of any kind while you was working in a particular place, you can line those up on LinkedIn as well. So further down the line here, education, licenses and certifications. Now, I got certifications and licenses in different ways. So it is through the certified ones that Jen was talking about. If you go on learn.certifications.microsoft, you can go. I know that probably the majority of you in here are students, right? So you can get those certifications. They're quite valuable. I've also gotten some certifications through LinkedIn Learning, which is also a part of LinkedIn. I'll show it to you in just a few seconds. So I have quite a few of those in terms of how to stay on point when presenting. Power BI, this is my baby. I love Power BI. I love data analysis. And also a huge lineup of more certifications I have here if I expand them a little bit. I thought these were good to have here because you never know. That is not to say that I'm maybe in a rush to leave the spot that I am right now and then move to another company. But even in the place where you are, there's always room for growth. There's always room to go up in a different position, different department, and so on. So that is why I do try to keep my LinkedIn profile as up to date as possible. Now, at the very bottom here, if I continue, I do have a couple of skills. There's a specific skill section that you can actually add things into. Demonstrate skills. You can also go ahead and you can have other people endorse you for your skills. Now, what we used to do with my colleagues back in store, and we continue to do it now as well, we used to ask each other, but also ask maybe some of our former colleagues or managers that we used to work with, if they could endorse us on a particular skill that they knew we were good at. So you get endorsements, whether that's going to be something IT related or whether that's going to be something like interpersonal skills. I have around 50 of them. I'm not going to expand it now to show it to you. If you want, you can go have a look. But yeah, we have all of these opportunities here to just add them in. And languages, I do happen to speak 3 different languages. I am native Romanian, and I speak English and Spanish, but I wouldn't say up to the very, very highest level. Good enough to make conversation, maybe not good enough to make a presentation, I would say. I do like to list these up as well, just because in the field where I work, I do have a mix of colleagues. So we've got colleagues from all backgrounds. It's nice to have the opportunity to practice the language skills as well. You'll be surprised how many recruiters are actually looking for people who can speak at least 2 languages. So in most cases now, English is not enough anymore for some reason. But if you do happen, or if you do have the passion to learn a secondary language, go for it. It can be any language. To give you an insight, the ones that I've seen the most from the European side, obviously, but I've also seen a lot of demand for Mandarin. I've seen a lot of demand for Arabic as well. So why not? Now, the last piece that I have here is the interest. I did say the fact that I don't like to treat LinkedIn as a social media platform. It's strictly business for me here. So that also means that when people try to add me, I might not reply to everyone, and I might not let everyone in this platform, because yeah, that's just not what I do. So I do have here at the bottom a couple of interests in terms of companies, groups, schools. Obviously, this platform has a lot of companies on it, CEOs, you name it, regular people like you and me. We've all built profiles on LinkedIn in order to connect with one another. So if you're interested in a specific company, I'll start by following it, just so you can get more notifications about potential jobs that they might have. Any new thing from that area. Maybe they're launching a new product that you're interested in. So go ahead and start following them. And I can see a lot of you have already sent me notifications, so I'm actually curious to see who it is. Across the top, we do have a menu to navigate through LinkedIn, so it does have a familiar touch. The home section, usually, if I was to go on it, now it does allow me to start looking at some of my connections. If you're interested, or if you know anyone, you can go ahead and add them. The more you interact with the person, the more you get notifications about what that person is posting. So that is pretty much how this works. You can then go ahead further down. You can react to people's posts. That, again, will put you on the spot, because the more you react and you comment on people's posts and articles and whatever it is that they're sharing, the more your profile will start showing up, because this is how AI works, pretty much. It picks up on your habits. Now, in my network, I usually get notifications about people that would like to connect with me, and I can see a lot of you have already sent me, so I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to accept you all. There we go. Hi, Anna. Hi. Thank you so much for adding me. And I will continue to add everyone. Thank you so much. Oh. Okay, I can see some of you have discovered that badge. Let's talk about that little open to work badge as well. There we go, done, perfect. So the open to badge, let me just go back to my profile real quick. Because, I mean, this is something that we can actually openly talk about. If I wanted to change my picture right now, I'll just click on it. And when you are in the process of actually adding your screenshot, obviously you can add it from your phone. If you want, you can have LinkedIn on your phone as well, and then you can just straightforward upload your picture from there. But we also have the opportunity to add frames to our photos. Now, if you do happen to be at the start of your LinkedIn journey, or you do happen to be at the start of your career, or maybe you just left your job and you want to start looking for something else, there is a special frame that you can have on your profile. And what this frame does is it lets recruiters know that you are actively looking for work. That also increases the chance that you might get more messages from recruiters asking you if you are interested to go into certain interviews. And this is a theory that I have tested in the past. So make sure you make use of this frame if you think you need it, if this is something that you're looking for. And the second one doesn't really apply to me, but if any of you do happen to be or do get to the point where you're going to be a hiring manager, you can have the purple one as well, which is the hashtag hiring frame. This one works pretty much the other way around. So you see this badge and you should feel liberated to actually reach out to that person and see if they have any opportunity open for you. Now I'm going to stick to my original one. Now you know where these frames are. There we go. Just gonna step out of it. One cool thing that I like about LinkedIn, apart from the fact that you get to, fill in all of these sections, so your skills, your knowledge, your certifications, and everything else that you want to add in. You can also see here underneath my profile, so underneath the lineup of followers and connections, I can start adding more profile sections. So if I want to start, structuring my LinkedIn platform in a specific way, you can start here and add, recommendations. There's a special section in LinkedIn where you can add recommendations. So I could ask my managers, I don't know where they went, oh, there they are in the back, there we go. I could ask my manager, for example, if he could write a recommendation for me. It's, again, not something necessarily that prompts me that I would like to step outside, but it's just something nice to have on your profile so that other people know how reliable you are, how good you are in the field that you work in, and so on. And there's one more additional. Here you can start adding any volunteer experiences, publications, patents, projects. So if any of these applies to you, this is a section that might not exist by default in your LinkedIn unless you scroll to that piece right underneath your profile. So right here where it says add profile section. And then you can add from there as many more sections as you want and need. And the more, this is the interesting part. You can send your profile in a message to a recruiter. So that way they can easily have an access to your profile. You can also save your entire profile as a PDF. And I'll show you how that looks like. There we go. It's downloading now. I don't know if it's going to open up, but let's see. There we go. So it looks like a CV, really. If you are looking to just, quickly get a CV done, I would say this works quite easily. It is long. It has 3 pages, so you can start cutting from it if you want to, but I would say this is quite decent. And the other option that we have, it's still listed here under more. Let me just go back. There we go. You can build a resume directly from here. So the third option I have listed here under more, there we go. I could choose to build right now. This one was built in the past. I can also create one from my profile, or I can upload a resume. Now, when I got approached by Microsoft, I did happen to have my own separate resume uploaded already on the platform. So you can go down here at the bottom and just add it yourself if you have one in a digital format. And if not, you can start creating one from your profile. There we go. You just need to, start filling in the words, skip, and let's see how it looks. There we go, summary, experience. So it's pretty much like this. And if you want to print it, that's it. You have a very quick and easy way of adding your touch. There you go. All right. Jobs related. And I know this might not be something very easy to talk about in the crippling economy that we're facing, but there is a job section right here across the top of LinkedIn. It's quite interesting because it gives you the opportunity to be very, very specific with the things that you are searching for. And I mean filters. So on the left side, obviously I have the opportunity to see if I've saved any jobs in the past or anything that you might have bookmarked. And if you don't know how to bookmark a job on LinkedIn, I'll show you how. You also have the possibility to set up a job alerts. So if you are interested in a specific area, like myself, for example, I'm a training associate. I went ahead and I've put a trainer notification for an area in Romania. So from now on, every single day when there's an opportunity in that field, in that location, I get notified about it. And I also have here a couple of really, really useful interview preps, premium resume insights, job seeker guidance, and so on. So these are all handy to have, especially the interview prep. I did do a presentation once about this, and I'm sorry that I might not have time to talk about it today as much as I would like. But if you go into this specific section, what you will find is a whole bunch of potential questions that recruiters might ask you when you go into the interview. So there's a way to actually practice and get feedback. And when you do practice, it does give you the possibility to also record yourself in a video. So whilst you're speaking, imagine that you are sitting in front of that recruiter. What could they ask you? What will your tone of voice be? What will your reply be? Once you finish recording that video, the AI will give you a report on how you behaved in that practice interview. And it's quite insightful. So I definitely recommend this. Tell me about yourself. And if you don't know what you want to practice, well, just scroll further down and there you have a couple of sample answers for different occasions. So you can just go ahead and expand, click a view one. Try as much as you can not to read word by word like a robot, like the entire phrase. Try to be your natural self. And yeah, go ahead and practice. Candidate answer and feedback. And there's a lot of other ones here on the side. Like these are common questions that you might encounter across interviews in different industries. Tell me more about yourself. What is your greatest strength? What is your greatest weakness? So yeah, just have a look at each one of them and see what kind of ideas you might actually get from it. All right, let's go back to jobs. And I'm going to scroll a little bit down through it. Let's see if I find one. Okay, let's go for Netflix, yeah? Workplace experience specialist. Let's say I'm interested in this. Yeah, I can bookmark it. Maybe I don't have time right now to actually look at the job description to see what they need from me, what they offer. But I can book this for later. And this will be saved under the job section at the top. It will be literally here under the My Job section. So.
Hello? Yeah. No, sorry, you need to kind of keep it close. Yeah.
Like this? Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and do workplace experience specialist. So I'm just going to extend this a little bit. Cool. Now I can see the full description. Let's go ahead and expand a little bit down. Scrolling through it. Does it let me? Maybe not. So I've got two options here, really. I can apply for this job straight away. It does allow you sometimes to literally apply through the LinkedIn platform straight away, or in some cases, it could take you to the that company's website. So it could be one of the two scenarios, really. If you are lucky enough to do it through LinkedIn, it's so much faster. If not, again, you can save this for later. But you can have a scroll through and see what kind of, you know, what kind of job it is, what kind of things they're looking for in terms of demand. And for some reason, it doesn't let me go down. Let's see, compliance manager. Will this work? Send feedback. There we go. All right. So about this job, see more. I'm just going to go ahead and expand it a little bit more. Come as you are, the role. So yeah, I could be interested in this job. I'm going to go ahead and bookmark it. The analytics side, I will say it is marked sometimes with premium. It depends really on what kind of LinkedIn platform you have gone for. Obviously, for someone who's just starting, I would say you don't need to throw yourself into the premium format. You can just start easily with the regular premium or with a regular LinkedIn. Premium might be for later when you have already gained a lot of experience and you are really searching for a change in your career, I would say. That will give you the analytical part of everything that your profile is about. The amount of people that are looking at it, what industry, and so on and so forth. So I have all of this right here available to me. And then let's go, maybe I want to go and apply for it. People can also reach out to you and message you privately. So I do get a lot of messages via LinkedIn as well. Some of them are from recruiters, some of them are from my friends, people that I collaborate with at work and so on. So yeah, we do get to communicate in here as well. And then I can also go ahead and one thing that I've noticed now that is new to LinkedIn is also the fact that you can create stories on LinkedIn. So you can have like tiny videos and stuff. So that is also quite cool. Notifications, we've seen this before. I'm trying to make my way to the top right-hand side. So in the top right-hand side, It's stuff that is mostly there to give you the extra impulse. So resources for learning. The first sign in the top right corner, there we go, LinkedIn Learning. As students, you might have some facilities to actually get inside of these this section specifically. So here you can start looking at different courses based on, I don't know, depending on what your mindset actually is, what area, what path, what domain are you interested in. You will find courses for pretty much anything in here. And the great thing about these courses is that they are free. And at the end of every single course, you might get a certification. So some of them are longer, so you could have like courses that are three minutes long. I've also done like slightly shorter ones. The certification that you gain at the end of this LinkedIn Learning course will be added to your profile as well. So that is another bonus, obviously, for whoever is looking to recruit you. But yeah. I don't know if there's anything specific at all that anyone wants to know about LinkedIn. Do you have any questions at all that you would like to ask? Yes, in the back. What makes an attractive profile? That's a good question. I would say I did come across a lot of profiles that were created and they were left. So being active on your LinkedIn profile, I'll probably put that at the top of my list. You've also noticed that when you are on LinkedIn, people tend to post a lot. So one of the bonuses that I would say is that you should be as active as possible. You can also create, like I can start a post right now. There we go. You can decide on the audience. Now, obviously, if I say anyone, that literally means anyone on LinkedIn, whether I have them in my network, whether I don't. If you want to restrict that to just a specific group of people, there is ways of doing that. I usually do put it on anyone. So you never know who might come across your profile in the end. Networking also. If you see anyone that you're interested to know, in most cases you will see on the lineup on the side the people that you work with. You usually add them to your network, isn't it? Like my colleagues, yeah? As I start adding them, I will start getting suggestions about people they know. So they will start showing up here on the right-hand side in the people you may know section. I did mention this before, and I will keep repeating it. You're not by any way obliged to let everyone in. So people will want to connect with you. It is down to you if you want to accept them or not. That is also it. Let's say I want to connect with Shadi. I'm giving him as an example. Shadi, he's a customer advisor at Microsoft, so he is one of my colleagues just across the pond. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click connect to it. And here's another thing that we're doing quite a lot in my team. We participate in a lot of events. We do a lot of trainings. We work with a lot of customers. We do like to take a lot of pictures because a picture is a proof, isn't it, that you went and you've done something, whether that was a project, whether that was a presentation of any kind. When you do create these posts as well, make sure that you include those proofs in the post. Make something nice. Use a lot of tags as well. When you tag people and you tag certain areas of interest, like for example, hashtag technology, hashtag, I don't know, you name it, whatever you think is relevant. So if I was interested in technology, that would literally be one of the things that I would always put in, because hashtags are searchable and they're traceable. The search bar here at the top does allow you to go ahead and, hashtag hiring, yeah, no problem. I'm just going to go ahead and search for that. And this is everything that comes across. I can see that this guy is a senior operations manager. I can also go ahead and start looking for companies that are hiring, people that are hiring, jobs that have been posted, and so on. Adding your certifications and any type of, I don't know, proof that you have gained a skill, or diploma, licenses of any kind, that is also important. If you can get people to give you those recommendations and endorsements, also very important. So I would say these would be my top 5 things to have. Anyone else? Yes, please. Okay, so in a case like this, I will tell you sort of like what I did. Obviously, I did not know everyone at Microsoft when I started. What I did do is I knew the name of the person who did reach out to me. So that was the first person that I added on LinkedIn, was my recruiter. As soon as I did that, the suggestions on the site started shifting. I know that it's very hard to just reach out to a stranger and say, hey, my name is, and I'm reaching out to you today because XYZ, but you should not be afraid to do that. So networking is key of actually reaching your goal. I don't know if that makes sense, but networking is always key to reaching your goal. Not necessarily networking to the extreme, but just, putting yourself out there. Introducing yourself, let them know what you're good at as well. I'm just trying to think of a couple of things that I know some of my colleagues are really, really good at. And yeah, I think this would be a couple of things that I would say. Just don't be shy to reach out to them. Anything else? Anyone else? Yes, please. Yes, sure. Okay, I'm gonna go on my profile real quick one more time. But I will say this: don't get hung up in the premium phase. So there we go. Underneath my profile, it does say indeed that I have premium features. Now I do happen to work for the company that actually designed this platform. Before this, I did have LinkedIn Premium as well. So some of the premium features that I have in mine one, I just have a regular subscription really. What it does is it allows me to see the analytics behind the engagement that is on my profile, on my platform. So I can see, for example, how many times a post that I have a post that I had created was engaged by who are those people, from what industry. Let me see what else it gave me, because I am looking at these things on a constant basis, but the analytics does help me a lot. And another thing is that when you are on your profile with the premium account, you do have there we go here, you have the creator mode, which allows you to get discovered, showcase content on your profile and get access across creator tools. Now these are indeed resources that are private to me, and that is something that I've gained because of that premium account. I also have the let's say a higher chance to actually be noticed by recruiters as well. But I wouldn't say that is my top go-to. My analytics, these ones, everything that you see right here at the very top, this is what interests me the most in terms of engagements. I can also see what companies have searched for me. So not necessarily searching for my name, but they searched for something that led them to me. It could have been one of the skills that I had on my profile. It could have been one of my diplomas that I had. So maybe they were searching for someone who's really good at project management. And I do happen to have project management listed in my skills. So then companies can start searching for that, and they might go ahead and come across your profile. Now, these are some of the companies that are right now looking at my profile. So mine plus all the other ones listed below. Yes, please. That's fine. Well, that's all the time that I had with you all today. If you still have any other questions, I'll be right here at this table. But it was a pleasure, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Claudia. That's fantastic. It puts me to shame. I realize that you guys, some of you have already
Do any more introductions?
Okay. Well, probably.
The pizzas have just arrived, so there's pizza smell wafting in from the back.
I'll be quick.
No, no, no.
Testing. For the room. Yeah. Is that coming through? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Hello, everyone. My name's Alex Karim. I'm the Metaverse lead for Microsoft UK. In short, what that means is I lead our go-to-market strategy for HoloLens and Azure IoT. Is everyone in here a university student? Yeah. Okay, awesome. So why don't I give you a little bit of my journey? So I went to university as well, graduated in 2015. I did a degree in physics. After university, then didn't really know what I wanted to do. And don't worry, that's quite common. So I'm sure many of you will be in that situation where I don't know what I want to do. So what I had a look at, so I really like technology. So I started looking at all the big technology companies around the world, and eventually ended up at a graduate scheme at a company called Atos. They're a big kind of IT services provider. Worked there for a couple of years, but then realized that actually day-to-day IT, exactly servers, PCs and stuff like that, wasn't really getting me excited. So I started having a look at what direction I wanted to take my career in. I decided I want to go into Formula One. And so I started looking at every single Formula One team, went on all their careers websites, and I was like, right, what kind of jobs do they hire? I was like, okay. So they looked at, aerodynamic engineer. I was like, okay, I can't do that. You got to know what you can do, what you can't do. And I was like, okay. And then I started looking at their IT departments, and obviously some of the skills that I've learned in Atos, I was able to then apply to Formula One. So I got a job at McLaren. So I was working at Formula One and automotive for McLaren. And one of the key projects I was working on was our HoloLens project, so bringing augmented reality, mixed reality technology into the business to support us and our global dealership network around the world. I left McLaren 2020. As you can imagine, 2020 was a lot of restructuring is the corporate word for cutting the workforce in half. So unfortunately, I lost my job at that point, and then was looking around and saying, okay, who's hiring and what do I want to do? And again, it was back to what I'm really truly interested in, and it was emerging innovative tech, and that's ultimately led me to Microsoft, working in the marketing department. I had no marketing experience when I joined the go-to-market team. So just to say that again, I had no marketing experience when I joined. And so don't be worried or feeling like, okay, I haven't done this before, I can't do this. So that's kind of just some of the things that I think is, think about what you want to do, what you're interested in, and then upskilling yourself and things like that. So that's just a couple of kind of things that I hope will help. That's not really the content that I've got to kind of go through. I've got some cool content on what's Microsoft's position in the metaverse, how are we bringing these kind of technologies to market, and hopefully help you understand different products within that set. One of them is HoloLens, which I'm sure you've seen at the back. Now, we have 2 HoloLenses with us. I think there's, 100 people here. So the maths of demos is going to be quite complicated, but I'll be there with the two chaps with me, and we'll hopefully get most of you to have a go. So, if we think about technology, we've been very much on a journey. Now, Microsoft's original mission statement in the 1970s, when the company was founded, was to put a personal computer, a PC, on every single person's desk. You can say that in the developed world, that's mostly been achieved, right? Most people had access to PCs and laptops. The next iteration of computing was this web, the internet, right? That kind of changed everything. Connecting people together was really kind of game changing. And where we are right now is in the mobile era. I would say that in this room, what's the most common way that you interact with content or the internet is through your phone, right? So the phone has really kind of changed everything, and what's powering the phone is the cloud, so cloud computing. If you've got an iPhone, you've got iCloud storage. Maybe you've got OneDrive storage as well for your files at university and things like that. That's really, those two combined is really kind of where we're at the moment. What we're seeing is that there's a kind of convergence of lots of different technologies kind of coming together, and it's kind of building what we believe to be the metaverse. It's like bringing computing into the real world, embedding computing into the real world, and the real world into computing. And there's kind of three kind of key scenarios or areas where we see the kind of metaverse kind of adding value. The feeling of presence, right? A 2D meeting can only go so far, but being able to be in 3D in a kind of collaborative session. And then when you're in 3D, to have certain worlds or create immersive worlds. So if you play kind of Minecraft, that's a great example of building immersive worlds to collaborate in. And then also, what I'm focused on is very much the business-to-business scenario. So how do companies use this technology to simulate, predict, and automate their kind of industrial processes, which is really interesting. So metaverse. Metaverse does not mean virtual reality, which is sometimes kind of the common misconception. Actually, you have to take that away from the actual device. Metaverse experiences happen across multiple devices. So if any of you guys have played Pokemon Go, that's a really good example of a kind of augmented reality experience through your phone. If you played Beat Saber on an Oculus, that's a great kind of VR example. And if you get a chance of trying the HoloLens, you'll see kind of embedded computing in the real world. So all of these are kind of devices, endpoints. Don't think of it from the endpoint, from the device perspective. Think about it as the, bringing computing into the real world, embedding spatial kind of experiences with computing, which is kind of metaverse. And there's three key areas where we see it kind of adding value. So there's the consumer space. So I kind of mentioned stuff like Pokemon Go. Minecraft is a great kind of world-building experience. Stuff like Fortnite, Roblox. These are kind of some of the most tangible, expressions of what metaverse is kind of today. And it's really, for consumers, people like you and I, to kind of interact with. And that is the kind of consumer metaverse, let's say. The enterprise metaverse is then looking at it from a business setting. How does this technology affect how we're able to collaborate, communicate? We're working on a feature set that's going to come into Microsoft Teams in the not too distant future, where you can have immersive meetings in 3D within Teams. So at the moment, you're able to now create an avatar, a 3D representation of yourself, and in the future, you'll be able to bring that avatar into 3D meeting rooms and bring kind of content and collaborate, which is kind of cool. But what I'm personally focused on in my job is this concept of an industrial metaverse. So for companies like manufacturing companies, energy companies, architecture, construction companies, how does these technologies, or how do these technologies kind of impact or transform how they design, build, and operate their products and infrastructure? And this is an example of the industrial metaverse from one of our customers, Kawasaki in Japan.
日本では我々ロボット開発する人間にとってやはり子供のように親である我々開発者がちょっとしたその動きのおかしさにどれだけ気づくかってことが極めて大事なことです。ロボットは実は止めちゃいけないんですね。ロボットはずっと働き続けないといけない。そういう使命を持ってますね。
現場でトラブルが発生したときですね、生産が止まってしまうという、そういったシステムの検討というものが非常に大変です。
Azure コンセプトを活用して、今まで気づかなかったような故障であったり、トラブルっていったものや予兆っていったものに気づけると考えております。遠隔地の方にエキスパートの方がいてくれるだけで、一つの作業現場に技術力であったり知見っていったものを流すだけではなくて、複数の作業場っていったところに提供しまして、そうすることによって即時にトラブルシュートを迅速化できます。
それが、デジタルツインの世界ができますと、実際現場に行かなくてもそのトラブルの状態が手に取るように分かって、そこで直すことができると。そういったものがですね、仮想空間の中で全部調べれるようになります。
完全なるメタバースの世界は、開発から設計ないしは試験までの全ての工程っていうものを仮想環境上で実行できます。
マイクロソフトさんとインダストリアルメタバースの世界をぜひ一緒に実現していきたいと考えています。
Pretty cool video. Show of hands. How many people have heard the term digital twin before? Your hand was up before I even asked the question. Yeah, so if you think about a digital twin, the idea is that it's a digital representation of the real world. And the key thing with a digital twin is that it's connected to the real world. So for example, in a manufacturing setting, you've got a manufacturing production line that's creating a product. A digital twin of that would be a digital representation of that that provides you information about what's exactly happening. So you don't even have to be at the manufacturing site to know exactly what's happening. And at that point, you can then interact with the digital model, and that can make changes in the real world and vice versa, which is pretty nuts. You know, and so yeah, that example is like on steroids, because they're then in an immersive meeting, bringing the digital twin into the room and kind of collaborating on it, which is pretty cool. And obviously the robotic element as well. I think the key, you know, just on that, you know, it's a convergence of lots of different technologies, and the key for us is to make sure that whatever we're building is secure, open, and built on the right foundations, which is key. Now I'm going to talk about one aspect of that, which was the HoloLens. Obviously, you saw the HoloLens device in the back. This video is a little bit of a teaser of what the HoloLens is, and then I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about that specific device. So this is HoloLens. Yeah, it's the first time I got a round of applause for that video, but yeah, pretty cool, right? And you know, you probably maybe not heard of the HoloLens before you kind of came in today, but actually over 50% of the top 500 companies in the US are using it, and it has massive global scale. Now, who's tried virtual reality or VR before? Show of hands. Okay, so quite a lot of people have tried that, right? So when you put on a VR headset, you're completely closed off from the real world and transported somewhere new. One of my favorite games is actually Richie's Plank Experience. Has anyone tried that one before? That was pretty nuts, right? So what happens is, and it's really cool if you get a real plank. You've got a real plank out and calibrate it. Effectively, you walk it over a cliff or over a kind of the top floor of a skyscraper, and it genuinely gives you vertigo, even though you know you're in your kitchen or something like that. But pretty cool. But that's a fully virtual kind of experience, right? The HoloLens is bringing stuff into the real world, which I kind of alluded to before. So when you put on the HoloLens, you'll still see the real world. You'll actually see holograms in your real world that can then embed or augment your experience. So if you're a manufacturing technician, it could be a hologram telling you what the next step on a process is. Or if you're a surgeon, it could be bringing in a CT scan of a patient and understanding what that's going to look like ahead of any kind of operational or surgical scenario. So really cool technology, as you can imagine, that brings data and 3D content into the real world, which not many devices can do. Now, it's not a consumer device, which is why you've probably never tried it before. It's not something that you or I would buy. It's really an enterprise device. And these are the kind of key kind of industries that kind of buy into stuff like HoloLens. So globally, manufacturing is number one. That's ultimately how I got into it from a manufacturing perspective at McLaren. We were using it to help with our manufacturing processes, but also in our service operations, which I can talk to you about a bit later. Obviously, healthcare. The NHS actually are a big user. In fact, one of the biggest customers in the UK, the NHS. During COVID, they were able to actually connect the clinicians to their kind of teams like virtually. So, for example, in COVID, as you can imagine, you didn't want to put too many people in a COVID ward because the risk, despite all the PPE of them actually catching that disease, was really high. So, what was the way that you were able to reduce the risk? You put one person on a ward round instead of 4 people, They put on the HoloLens and they transmit what they see to the others in another room. So you're able to do a 4-person ward round, but only put one person, in the risky scenario, let's say. And that actually reduces the amount of PPE you need because you only need to put PPE on one person. So a really cool scenario use case. Architecture, engineering, construction. A lot of buildings, in fact, I'd say most modern buildings are modeled in 3D, right? So what they do is they use this thing called BIM, Building Information Modeling. They create a 3D model of the building before they build it. But with this technology, you've got that 3D model already. Well, now you can go onto the worksite and overlay the digital model over the real, and you can see what's the next step to building it, where all things are going to go. Pretty cool. And you can actually detect if something's not right in the design because you're on the worksite with the actual data, which is pretty cool. These are kind of 6 of the use cases or scenarios where it's used. One of the cool ones on the bottom right is actually guided experiences. So we're seeing a lot of museums and kind of experiential customers coming to us and saying, how can we transform how we story tell? And so you can imagine putting on HoloLens and seeing holograms of ancient Mayans and their kind of story and stuff like that. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty cool. But the key with enterprise technology or industrial technology is it has to add value. So stuff like Ritchie's plank is fun, and so for us that's enough. But for a company to buy into something, there needs to be real value. So for example, Mercedes-Benz, in a very similar scenario to what I was doing at McLaren, would fly people around the world to resolve problems. So for example, Mercedes comes into a dealership in Texas, and there's a complicated issue with that car. Well, Mercedes-Benz are probably going to fly an expert out to that dealership to resolve that problem. Now that has a cost associated with it, travel, accommodation. It also has a time associated with it because the time between getting that person from wherever they are to that dealership to resolve the problem is quite significant. Well, by putting a HoloLens in the dealership, when there's an issue, the technician that's already there puts that on, they make a call through Teams, they can see what's going on and they can guide them through over the shoulder, which is pretty cool. So you see a 40% reduction in travel using that technology, which is pretty cool. And mixed reality is kind of the portfolio, the kind of technology. There's actually lots of different kind of levels to that. So there's obvious stuff like HoloLens. Then there's the Azure services. So these are tools that we provide to companies to build applications. So what I'll give is remote rendering. So with VR, obviously there's stuff like an Oculus, which is completely self-contained, wireless piece of kit. You don't need anything else, you just put that on. But a lot of other VR experiences, you need to put a cable and you need to plug into a PC. The reason you need to do that is because the PC is doing all the hard work, and then the headset can be a bit lighter. With a HoloLens, it's completely wireless in the same way an Oculus is, but that means that all of the work has to happen on the headset. Now, that is quite a lot of work for this little tiny thing to do, and so there's only certain limits to what it can do. And so what you are able to do with remote rendering is bring in really rich content that you couldn't normally put on the headset, but you do all the hard work in the cloud, in the servers at Microsoft's headquarters, and then stream it down to the headset. So it's kind of offloading that. And in the future, that will be key. When these devices get smaller and smaller, or more of the computing hard work is going to happen somewhere else. And then there's obviously our kind of first-party applications like Dynamics, which I'll kind of touch on. What's next? Because I've got a different deck. But this actually, do you know what? I will play this video. I had a video about how NASA is using this. But this is actually a video of how healthcare companies are using this. And it's actually really powerful. This is a company called Fracture Reality. They're a UK company. And what they're doing is they're working with the NHS and various medical organizations to help train GPs and doctors and do simulation. And so this is a simulation of a patient that has mental health issues. And so you've got this holographic digital patient, and then as the doctor or as a GP for training, you're able to train in a safe environment. But it feels real because from your perspective, you're in the room and you see this hologram of this person and they're interacting with you. So it's pretty nice. So this is just to reference you. This is what's the experience? This is an example of how HoloLens is being used.
I'm 32. I'm married. I have 2 kids, a boy and a girl.
Hi there, Stacey. Would it be alright if we had a chat about how you're feeling?
I guess it can't hurt to talk.
It sounds like you're going through a really hard time. Can you tell me what's been happening?
My husband thinks my mood problems are back, like with our daughter.
And how do you feel?
I am a really bad mother. I need to get home for my daughter. Listen, I just can't do this right now. I hope you understand.
Hi, Stacey. We had a call from your husband to say that he was worried about you and he wanted us to come and talk to you about what's happening. Are you all right to talk?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to tell me what's been happening? How you're feeling?
It's just so difficult.
It's pretty crazy, right? And you can have these full simulations of these digital patients. And it's really, really amazing. And that's controlled by a professional. So there'll be an actual mental health professional that'll be queuing what the answers would be in a typical scenario and helping them train. Now, I didn't actually mean to end my presentation with that. I meant to end with a really uplifting, really cool. NASA's using this technology. It's unbelievable. This is actually quite an emotional thing. Whenever I watch the video, I'm like, oh my god. So that's not quite the ending that I was going for, but unfortunately, I got my decks kind of mixed up. But anyway, there you go. Now, I believe that the presentation before this was all about LinkedIn and boosting your profile. Well, I'm a big LinkedIn user, and I can tell you that it is a massive, massive platform that you should really be considering in terms of building your kind of corporate network. So if you want to connect with me or find out more information about what's happening in this space, please do follow and connect with me. I'm happy to do that. So if you scan that QR code, it should come up with my LinkedIn profile. So and I can see there's a lot of phones out. So people have listened to the LinkedIn presentation previously, so that's good. So that's it. Thank you very much. We will have some HoloLenses at the back. Now, like I mentioned, there's a lot of you. We're going to try and get us through as many people as we can with short experiences. In the meantime, come talk to me. Happy to have a conversation. So thank you very much.
Big round of applause for Alex. We've just got one quick presentation to make between now and you getting the pizzas and a go with HoloLens. So I'd like you all to welcome, please, Caitlin and Esther, who are currently interns at Microsoft. So they've both done 2 years at university, and they're in their 3rd year, but they're spending a year with us in the Microsoft team, not working with me, but in other parts of the business. And so I'm absolutely delighted to bring them to the room here to ask them to share with you some of the programs we have which are designed for students. So they're designed for people like yourselves. You can pitch in. There's free stuff, there's training, there's networking, there's mentoring, there's all kinds of things. So while we just change over the presentations,
yeah, 1 second.
We'll just have our introductions. And one other thing while we're waiting.
That's fine. I agree. It's easier to do it.
At the end of today, you're all going to go home, and you might think, oh, that's a fun day, like pizzas or whatever. But I hope that many of you will have a go at some of those certifications that were being talked about. So the launch of the University Cloud Challenge brings 8 fundamental certifications to you for free. And these certifications
which
And
you guys
the
this one
reason
student
that these
opportunities.
do you mind hiding that? My experience.
Which one?
This one here. Yeah. So we have a lovely student called Abby, and this time last year she jumped on and she did the security.
That was weird.
Do you need her name? And she was quite pleased with herself, and then she thought, well, that was quite fun, and that's gone on my LinkedIn profile. Maybe I'll do another one.
Thank you.
So she did the AI one, and then she did Azure, and then she did Power Platform, and in the end she did all 8. And actually that's a really typical experience. So only 10% of students do one. 40 to 50% of students have enjoyed the experience so much and feel it's going to add to their career prospects. So they do 3, 4, 5 exams. And 30 to 40% people do 6, 7, or 8 exams. And those certifications have a real market value in the job space. So I just wanted to emphasize that when you go home at the end of the day, don't forget us. Jump on to the University Cloud Challenge, sign yourself up and do one of the qualifications. So Andrew here has given you all a tea towel, which has got the certifications on it, just so that when you're cleaning up your coffee cups, you don't overbear the beer glasses, you don't forget. And he's just now going to model in the time-honored way the Microsoft sweatshirts that we're giving away every month to the people with the, come out of the lucky draw in the University Cloud Challenge. So there's 5 of these going to students every month. Big prizes for the university at the end. So that was just a final push from me and from Andrew to say, please don't forget and remember to sign up for the University Cloud Challenge. But in the meantime, it looks like we're good to go. Are we good to go?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, so I'm going to hand over and please welcome Caitlin and Esther.
Hello. Yeah, so I hope you're enjoying your day today. Quick introduction from me and Esther. So I'm Caitlin, and wait, it's not synced up. So I'm Caitlin, top, and I am the Imagine Cup UK lead this year. In my day job, I am an SMC, Employee Experience and Frontline Worker Specialist, and I'm an intern this year. Esther?
Thank you. I am also an intern for 2023 and lead the TechCare Student Initiative, which you'll hear a little bit about later on. In my core role, I'm a technical advisor for the commercial pre-sales team.
Okay, do you mind? Okay, so today we're going to quickly cover Imagine Cup, Student Ambassador and TechCare Student. And these 3 are 3 of the wonderful student initiatives that we run here at Microsoft. And then quickly at the end, we'll go through some early in career opportunities that Microsoft offer to students like yourselves. So we'll kick off with the Imagine Cup, which is what I'm a lead on. So what is it? It is a global tech competition for school, college or degree students aged 16 to 25 who are enrolled in a school, college or university. It's where you can solve global challenges and create a real difference in society. You can reimagine solutions in one of the 4 categories we have on the screen, and obviously there's a lot of good opportunities that can come off the back of it. So how the competition runs is it's a UK round, which is what I run, and then the winner of which will go on to the global competition. So I'll just show you a quick video of the Imagine Cup. Please.
The question is not just what we can build, but what the world needs us to build.
Sorry.
Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, it's because I know the, yeah, should play now.
Our Imagine Cup competition. The question is not.
Yeah. Is it on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. It's not the same video?
Yeah,
Is it? Okay.
I only need to show the first 2 minutes of it.
Okay.
And then hop over back to the.
Sorry.
Yes. There we go.
Sorry, 1 sec.
You just need to see the first 2 minutes. So this will give us a nice summary of the Imagine Cup Global Competition. Hopefully it will play.
Right. It should now.
But what the world needs us to build. Our Imagine Cup competition is a great example of the possibilities. For 20 years, students have shown us what's possible when they come together and apply technology to help solve the world's challenges.
Over the years, more than 2 million participants have had an awesome impact with technology.
One of the biggest barriers that prevents young people from doing great things is because of the belief that they can't actually have an impact on the world.
Welcome to the Microsoft Imagine Cup World Championships. It's a celebration to not just look into the future, but to change it for the better.
Our project will allow any diesel engine to run on any vegetable oil.
It is the world's first simple, non-invasive, and easily accessible tool for screening anemia.
Proto constantly monitors animals' health to detect illnesses before they develop into costly problems.
Our project aims to bring down the rate of infant mortality.
Imagine how was the beginning a life-changing inflection point for us.
We hope to get a provisional patent soon.
Eventually, it turned into a business. We've launched our product into the market.
The whole dream was to be able to get our technology in real people's hands and to help real people.
This helps you think about the world in a bigger sense and how you can impact it.
Imagine Cup is life-changing and it allows you to make your dreams into reality.
Yeah, that'll do. Thank you.
Hello, everyone! We are...
Okay, pop back over.
Sorry. No, it's not this one, right?
No. View.
Let's just close this. This one. There you go.
Hold that side.
Yeah. There you go. It's not changing. Oh, it says resume slideshow. 1 sec. Apologies, everyone. There
There we go. Apologies for that, everyone. But hopefully that gave you a nice little overview of the competition and what you can get out of it. So if you didn't already get it from the video, you can get a lot of opportunity out of the Imagine Cup, such as developing your great ideas, driving positive change, building your skills in things such as coding, collaboration, presentation. You get tools offered by Microsoft, such as training materials, mentors, to help you really bring your ideas to life. You can also get opportunities to network with industry professionals and showcase your work on a global stage, as well as some great prizes. So here is, it's syncing up again. Resume slideshow.
Sorry, just yeah, should be, yeah.
Okay. So for the competition, your team would be required to submit the following, and our UK submission deadline, if you were
wanting to compete. So please do get your entries in by the 12th of February 2023 at 8 p.m. There's more information on the submission guidelines, and we'll give you some more information on the competition itself as well. Hopefully it sticks. Yay. Okay, so yeah, register and enter today using the QR code on the screen, as well as find some more information if you're interested. And by all means, please do get in touch with any of the emails on the screen if you want some more info. So that wraps up the Imagine Cup. And we will then head on to student ambassadors. Okay. So the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors Programme offers participating students the opportunity to establish themselves as leaders in the field, collaborate with a global network of like-minded peers and Microsoft contacts, and amplify their impact about the social causes that they most care about. It allows students to join a community of tech lovers. It allows them the access to different events, to take part in projects and competitions, and generally boost their overall employability. So the Student Ambassadors Programme works on a sort of milestone system. So you work towards different objectives and criteria and progress through these different levels. Of course, new student ambassadors would start as new, and then you work towards earning your gold student ambassador badge. And then, so yeah, if you'd like to learn more about student ambassadors, there's a link on the screen. Hopefully you get the deck after the day, or please do contact the Student Ambassador UK Leads. With that, I will pass over to Esther. Okay.
Thank you, Kaden. Hope you guys are all having a lovely day so far. I won't keep this too long so you can get home. But this is our third student initiative that we'd like to talk to you about today, called Tech Her Student. Fairly self-explanatory. What it aims to do is to get females and non-binary students who are at school, college, university into the tech industry, and we educate them on the wealth of opportunities available, particularly for early in careers. So, as I said, within this initiative, it's targeted at female and non-binary students at the start of their career journey about the tech industry. We aim to do this through kind of 4 main channels. So those include events, expertise, certifications, and mentoring. One key thing to stress here is, in a bit, I'll show you a sign up on to how to get into our community. If you only wanted to kind of tap into the certifications part of that, that's fine. If you want to tap into all 4, you're welcome to. So you can kind of pick and choose. If you want a mentor, if you don't, not a problem. So throughout 2023, you can expect a variety of in-person and virtual events where we aim to educate students about the different roles and skills available. This feeds really nicely into our mentoring opportunities, which is where we are aiming to pair up students involved in the tech student community with employees at Microsoft who are able to offer support with CVs, interview skills, and just a general broadening of your employability options. This slide here just shows you a couple of examples of typical events we've previously run and we anticipate will be running throughout the next academic year for you all to get involved with. So if this sounds like something that you're interested in kind of learning a little bit more about, then please either contact myself, the top email, or my colleagues, or just scan that QR code that will take you to our sign-up form to get onto our Tech Her Student community. And on there, we post regularly about the mentoring, certifications, etc. Another QR code for everybody to scan this time. This one tells you a little bit more about early career opportunities that we offer here at Microsoft. Worth noting, if anybody is particularly interested in the internship, so that tends to be in your 3rd year of your degree. You come for a year in industry, placement year, different unis call different things. Then after this, please come and speak to either myself or Kaden, and we've actually got a couple of other interns who are here helping today. We can talk you through the application process, what the 12-month period is like, and the graduate opportunities following the internship. and a final dashboard of links to cover the different initiatives that we've discussed today. One that we didn't have a slide for, but worth mentioning is the Unidays page. If you just follow that on your Unidays account, we post about free certifications, things like that, through that channel too. Hopefully this deck will be sent out afterwards so you can literally just hit the links. Cool, so thank you very much for listening to that. Hopefully that answers some questions, provided a little bit more information about what we can offer to early career students. And any questions, come and find either myself or Hayden afterwards.
A big hooray for Caitlin. The day's gone like lightning, so we've really come to the end pretty much. There's pizzas outside, there's lots of opportunity to play with the HoloLens, to catch up with each other and to talk with any of us. But can I leave you with just two things? And I'd be really grateful if I could just leave with these two thoughts. So the first thought is, don't forget to go off and take your certifications. Sign up to the University Cloud Challenge and do that. And the second thing I was going to say was, I know some people very kindly volunteered to share their thoughts. You know, why did they come today? What are they looking for? What do they want Microsoft to do for them? All that kind of stuff. And Richard, our video producer here, is really hoping to, if those people could come to the front and just have a few minutes before disappearing for pizza, that would be amazing. So the people I had in mind, there was Nicola and Jose and Jürgen, and there may have been some others as well. But if any of you fancy, just like saying something on camera, maybe if you fancy saying something on camera, let's, come forward and let us have your thoughts, because this is going to go into a little montage about the event, which we can sort of celebrate. This is our first live event after COVID. We honestly feel both honoured and thrilled that so many of you turned up to be with us for the day. It means a lot, and we're going to now run regional events right across the country, so hopefully people from Liverpool and Exeter won't have to travel so far next time. But I wanted to say, before we say goodbye today, a huge thank you to our speakers, to Andrew, to Karim, to Alex, to everybody.